Hey y'all, welcome in. Give me another lovely shift at the tavern today. I got some updates for y'all like usual. I see the peasants are complaining about my more expensive D20 roll. Careful, the economy is very fickle and very dependent on a certain overlord. But yes, it is more expensive again. It was super expensive, and then I halved it, and now it's been bumped a little bit. Alrighty. Well, let's get rolling with the updates today. All right, first things first, there's a new question of the day. Oh, and hello and welcome in, all the peasants. We'll get to that in a second. How do you handle rule disputes in your games? Look it up mid-game, DM decides and move on, let players vote, or house rule everything? I was kind of confused about the difference between DM deciding and house rules, but I saw that a lot online where people will just homebrew like new rules. Isn't that just the DM deciding again? Anyway, I'm a big fan of just DM decides and move on. I don't even care if the DM is wrong. I can't stand doing a little vote mid-game. Nope, players voting is like peasants revolting. It's like, no. Nope. DM does a lot of work. Just go by them. Oh, I see my screen is not updating. 1 second. I am actually live though, so that's good. Let me refresh my screen. I got the Valkyrie up, but you guys can't see her. That's okay. I've actually gotten pretty good at fixing this stuff on the fly. Boop, check that out. Bam. Can fix all the things now. Alrighty. Next up, we have some new music in the rotation. So the entire queue of music has been shuffled, and now it is almost a half hour long. I'm streaming for so long and so frequently, it was time. So yes, the music has been refreshed a bit for y'all to enjoy. I also have added, oh sure, mini plays. That's actually a reasonable amount to duel. I have added, we have so many members on the channel now. Thank you guys. I added Moo as an emoji. It's just the sticker and it's super small. I will probably make a new version of Moo just to have an emoji where like just his head. I also saw that Wolf redeemed Moo. So let me go ahead and summon Moo. Boop. Moo has been summoned for the day. Well, technically I have to pay for him every single shift, I think. Because as I change my scenes in OBS, it goes away again. But for now, Moo is here. Alright. The updated, the bricks for the loading screen have been updated because Ray yesterday got up to an absurd amount of pulling. I think it was like over 2,000. So they purchased a brick and got their own Tavern pet. So now we have Ray honored on our Tavern brick wall. Next is the heist. You guys requested a space or a sci-fi theme. So I went through and wrote a new little module that is all sci-fi themed. There's some nods to peasants and tankards and all that kind of fun stuff. But for the most part, it's pretty sci-fi heavy. As far as the odds go today, I have it slightly not in your favor as of now, but only barely. As a result, I've bumped up the payout to instead of 100%, it's 110. So, little worse odds to win, but your payout is a little better. Let me go ahead and make sure that's what I think it is. Yes. So yes, your payout is now 110, but your odds are 5% worse than yesterday. So be it. Just Lingle says, can I summon Buzz? No, Buzz does not have a sticker yet. I am falling behind because we're making so many models. And then last but not least, I have the freebie of the day to share with y'all. So this is on my Patreon. I'm sure someone will link this in the chat. You can join my Patreon for free, but this is why I'm able to do this full time. That in addition to YouTube members. If you're a patron or a YouTube member, you really make all this possible. Thank you guys so much. And we are creeping up on almost 4,000 free members and paid combined on Patreon, which is incredible. The fact that there's that many people that want to see my art, it humbles me every day. And you too could be one of them, for free. Speaking of free, the freebie of the day is a tornado, specifically designed to terrorize Reaper. Speaking of, I promised I would add some poing to Reaper for emotional trauma. Reaper lives in a very tornado-heavy area. But on a real note, this model rocks. It's totally free. There is a pre-supported version of this. And if y'all like the post, follow, whatever. Sometimes we'll have double freebies that happen. There's more details on the actual post right here. Oh, look, it's showing the wrong model. Crazy. But anyway, you guys can go ahead and download that. It's these two little links at the bottom. This is updated every single day. All right, that's enough of that. And then last but not least, what is our streak of the day? Today is my 6th day in a row live streaming. How about that? I don't know if I have a new streak goal right now. I just kind of keep going until I get tired. Initially, my goal was to reach 14, and then I got up to 16, I think. So I think my streak goal is just always going to be 14 because my favorite number, and I think 2 weeks of working every day in a row is pretty good. So yes. Just think, well, if this smile doesn't rock, it wins. It do be a tornado. Alrighty. Let me scroll through here. Got Just Lingual, Ray, Satyr, RB Gaming, of course, Reaper, Mini Blaze, and Aloha, the Fallen Tabard God. And Paint. Oh, Rob was in here really early too. But yeah, hello to all of you guys. Thank you for being in here. Oh, and Ricky, I didn't acknowledge my husband. Oh my goodness. Rob is languishing in pulling obscurity. Yes. Rob says, Mia, you deserve to take breaks. Jeez. Yeah, I liked working a little bit every day instead of working like a normal 8 to 9 hours. I find it more creatively viable in the long term. But yeah, don't worry. I'm not slaving over here working 8 hours every day. Like, I stream for 3 to 4 hours. I might work another 2 hours that day, maybe. But that's it. And on the weekends, I never do anything after my stream. So don't you guys worry. I'm taking care of myself for the long haul. Yes. So the heist is going right now. It's always, it drives me crazy that says Ahoy Treasure Hunt. I can't change that, which is super annoying. So there's always a little bit of pirate in y'all, which is fine because the theme today is pretty much space pirates. I think I did a couple. Yes, Maverick is very asleep. That little blanket back here, there's a dog under there. He's way in there. RB says, how many hours you work daily on an average? Well, as of recently, probably 6 hours a day. But every now and then it gets away from me and it can be a little longer. I don't really focus on hours so much versus what is actually getting done. If I get stuff done quickly, that's great. But I'm much more goal oriented. I would say 6 hours, roughly. Which pretty much just pans out to a normal 40-hour work week. Yes. Okay, I hear y'all. I will get a sticker of Buzz done ASAP. I can do it. Aloha said, seeing me in other stream chat is like seeing your teacher out in public. Do you also watch Miss 5000 Watts? Because that's where I was yesterday. Did you see me there? That's the only other streamer I've been not talking to, but at, I guess. I don't know. I feel very outed, Aloha. And if you didn't, I just outed myself of where I hang out. Paint says, task-based work feels so much better than time-based work. Absolutely. Absolutely. I have had some friends in college that would, they'd study for 10 hours a day and brag about it. And I'm like, we're not getting better test scores. You're just wasting your time. So yes. Oh, and Ella's stream. Haha. Right. Oh, Empress is here too. Welcome in. Anyway, I think those are all the updates for the day. We are working on a Chef Ranger. That'll be the main Tavern Keeper's craft. If you want a little preview of or a little sneak peek before we get there, it's right here. Bam. All right. I think that's everything. Very good. Satyr, if you too want to work 6 hours a day, 7 days a week, let me teach you how to build a miniature sculpting business at the link above. It's true. It is true. There's almost 20 people here already. Oh my goodness. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Mini Blaze says, wow, after he cooked you breakfast, see if he brings you coffee. Yes, Ricky probably will. Also, Mini Blaze, I think you're 5 minutes behind. You neglected to mention him. Oh, unless you're just on it. But I know right now that you fall 2 minutes behind on your stream. Save and introduce yourself. It is that time. Hello, peasants. My name is Mia. I am Mia of M3DM, which is Mia's 3D models. My husband and I make 3D printable minis for a living, such as this lovely Valkyrie right here. If you're thinking, wow, what a unique and cool Valkyrie, you're right, it wasn't my idea. All of my models are requests from patrons, and you guys are just so creative and awesome. If you want to be a patron and put in your own request for me to bring to life, that's a thing. check out my Patreon, links in the description. But that's the gist of what we do here. We mostly hang around and goof off, talk about 3D printing, tabletop goodness, 3D modeling, and we usually complain about the weather a good amount. Talk about food. And yeah, that's the tavern. Welcome in. Satyr, Mia, not really. Just stealing Mini Blaze's fire. She's gonna be mad about that. Careful. Oh, speaking of, I'm not gonna tell you what it is, but tomorrow's stream is going to be a very epic Thursday. We have a fantastic, deeply cool model we're working on. I'm really excited. Keep an eye out on the project references, and that will come up mañana. All right, I think the last thing of the day is our D20 of Destiny. Okay, so I went ahead and I tweaked this a little bit. I still have my cute little thing, which is 5 gold to tempt the fates. Roll the D20 of Destiny and see what mischief awaits. I've been finding a way to work in donations and a good flow on the stream. I'm starting to find a good flow to that. Essentially, if y'all roll, here we go. You got all set up for you. There we go. By rolling this dice, you can, 19 of the things are fantastic. It's a typical D20. So I'll roll it on screen and you'll see which number you land on. A 1 gets you banned. I usually will take pity on you and let you re-roll. But anyway, the other 19 things are quite fun. And I have added a Tavern pet to the D20 roll. If you're not familiar with what that is, essentially I'm making these cute little 3D printable models with little booties on them. They're very cute. Moo is one of them. It's a little sticker down there. But yes, that has been updated a bit. You can purchase it with poing as well. It is currently 300 poing, though this is known to fluctuate. The first roll of the day gets advantage, which means that in like any tabletop game, you technically roll twice and you can pick either of the numbers. Also, the first donation of the day will unlock a double happy hour for everyone to enjoy. I offer a 2-time happy hour when I'm feeling up to it and had a fantastic breakfast, so y'all can thank Ricky for that. Perfect. It makes donations more fun, and in a way that everyone can benefit. But then even if you're like, hey, I don't have the $5 to spare, not a problem. Hang out. By chatting and watching, you'll earn poing, and eventually, if you hoard enough of it, you too can have a little bit of mischief that'll affect the stream. All right, that goal has been started. Perfect. I think that is everything in our welcome. We're just about halfway through Doors Open, so now I'm going to hang out here and get some work done on this Valkyrie. Oh, Just Lingual says, Mia, I had a question. I love misinterpreting music to come up with creative and compelling big bads. Do you ever use music with your vision boards or other inspiration boards? Yes, I do. Oh, Aloha's there. Also, Aloha, you've broken my stream. Why is a super chat way over there? Whoop. Thank you, Aloha, very, very much. You get to roll, have advantage, and happy hour is doubled today. So it'll be an extra long stream today. Everybody thank Aloha, because that is fantastic. Aloha's on it. They're like, I know a deal when I see one. Let's go. Perfect. Let's do it. So this is what I mean with by advantage. This means you guys get to roll twice, but at the same time. Ooh, I like that. Well, let's go ahead and get this chaos out of the way right from the get-go. That way you can kind of like plan and scheme accordingly. You rolled a 7 and a 12. All right. 7 is Winged Wonders. So you get to add wings to whatever model we make today. The Valkyrie probably isn't a great one to add wings to because she has wings on her back, her helmets, her shoulders, and her feet. So the Valkyrie is probably pretty winged out, I would say. But for our lovely chef today, perhaps we'll make it a bird folk instead. I haven't decided on the race yet. Your other option is a 12, which is Let's Get Fancy. That pretty much means you get to add or choose something for me to sculpt to decorate our model with. This can be jewelry, belt pouch, amulet, satchel, whatever. Since we're working on a chef ranger for the main event, maybe it'll be like a satchel full of turnips or potatoes or carrots or something like that. But feel free to pick either one of these, either Winged Wonders or the Let's Get Fancy. And that'll be a really good opportunity for you to put your stamp on this model. Again, if you want to decorate the Valkyrie, we totally can. But it's probably best saved for the Tavern Keeper's Craft, which we're going to start in about 10 minutes. Okay, I don't know who this is. Ron Swanson's mustache. Love that times 1,000. That kind of gives me Rudy energy. Love Ron Swanson. Love Parks and Rec. If you are actually new and just a lurker, hello and welcome. You have the best username in the chat. Congratulations. What a deal. Yeah, so fantastic. Again, huge thank you to Aloha. They got the first roll, they donated, which is fantastic as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They got 2 options, and now happy hour. So yeah, or double happy hour. So that means today will be around 3.5, a 3.5 hour stream. So yeah, let's keep it going. Thank you again to Aloha. Let me know if you end up with a 7 or a 12. Again, that's Winged Wonders or Let's Get Fancy. And I'll make a note of that. Thank you again. Starting off the stream strong. Oh, the Wandering Toad. Hi, welcome in. Hi, hope you're well. This is gorgeous. Thank you so much. I want to say you're new here in the chat, but I swear I recognize your logo and stuff. Either way, adorable. I can tell you're gonna fit right in. I love it. I still need to know about Ron Swanson's mustache. Where did you come from? Aloha says, I think I'm going to give the model today some sort of asset. Sounds fantastic. We can absolutely do that. Alrighty. Thank you again so much for rolling the D20 of Destiny. That's always really fun. I'm going to reset that. You will not have advantage the next person, but you still get to influence the model. I'm going to reset this now, just in case we have multiple dice rolls today. I want to know ahead of time so I can incorporate those in the model instead of it all stacking up at once chaotically. All is fun for sure. All right, that has been reset. Let's go ahead and start talking about the Tavern Keeper's Craft as well. Okay. Also, I'm going to fix my lighting really quick so I'm not just orange the whole time. So today's request is really cool. It's from Aubrey, and they are super open-ended on what the model can be. This is pretty much just up to us to choose everything. And by us, of course, I mean the peasants. It's going to be a good time. Oh, really quick. RB said, Mia, you missed my message, but here I am again. Always repeat yourself, guys. Always. I don't mind. I want to answer your questions. Business related question. What would you suggest having a Patreon page or selling STL files online, websites like Colts and similar? Porque no los dos. Do both. Seriously, do both. Do not pick one. Do both. If you have to only do one, just sell STLs individually. But you really want to offer a Patreon and sell individually, I recommend in order My Mini Factory, Colts, and Creality Cloud. Those are the priority I'd recommend. Great question though. Awesome. Lighting is fixed. Party is still partying, but without confetti. I can get my camera a bit smaller here. And I'm actually going to roll right into the Tavern Keeper's Craft because it is time. Welcome to the Tavern Keeper's Craft. Wandering Toad asks, how long have you been sculpting? I've been sculpting for 6 years. I did my very first model in 2019 while I was in college pursuing my bachelor's in mechanical engineering. I did get my engineering degree, but obviously I ended up doing art full time. I feel very blessed to do so. All right, y'all, feel free to keep asking questions, please. Ray says, Mia, have been using Duolingo recently. Lots of random Spanish, I think. It is Spanish. I just really poor Spanish. No, I'm just getting more comfortable with you guys, so I don't mind sounding silly. Sater says, Mia, how did you drive traffic to your Patreon page before you started streaming regularly? In order, Reddit, Thingiverse, and Facebook. So advertising and sharing usually models for free in those groups. Wandering Toad. Oh my god. I might call you Wandering Toad. Usually I say just Toad, but the wandering part I think is important. Wandering Toad says, nice, you're doing amazing. Thank you. Yeah, Blaze, thank you for pinging the links, but it's okay. You've been relieved of your duty. Steamworks is here. What up, everyone? Hello, hello. And yes, the snoring lump is my dog. He is not visible, but he is in that blankie right now. Alrighty, let's talk about the main event today. So I'm very lucky to have a large supporting following on Patreon, and these people give me requests. So today it is Aubrey. Thank you so much to Aubrey for supporting my art for 71 months on Patreon. That is immense. I think you were one of my top 3 longest supporters of all time. So thank you so much. Aubrey says, my request. This is from November. After a busy Thanksgiving, we have to consider whose job it is to hunt down all those fresh ingredients needed to prepare a holiday dinner. Here are the components. A chef ranger, any race, male or female, just a chef who is a ranger, hunting for the freshest ingredients. So it is super open here. I looked at a ton of references, many of them provided by Miniplays. If you guys have references you want to share, join the Discord and go ahead and get that going. I think a frying pan will be essential. I am very much so leaning towards the idea of a Chef Ramsay-like rat. I think that would be adorable. And I just like the Ratatouille reference there. There's a lot to like. We recently made a Ratfolk queen, and I would like to think that this is her chef. So I want to start building up that lore. Wandering Toad says, you can call me anything. Loving your work. Oh, thanks. I'm loving your vibes. First thing I'm going to do is open up our Ratfolk queen because she is lovely. I think I have her in here still. Oh my gosh, did I actually organize my stuff correctly? I did. So she's not here anymore. What a pity. Not a problem. I work on a new model pretty much every day, so a lot goes through here. Yeah, there's our maid construct. There's, yep, bunch of Taver pets. Oh, the dwarf children from yesterday. Beautiful. Alrighty, in that case, the first thing we're going to do is start with my beginning ZPR. So the whole point of my Tavern Keeper's Craft is to begin a model and get it pretty much to the point where it's pose ready. So in the next hour and a half, you guys are going to see me start and darn near finish a model. Assuming I can even find my opening file. There it is. Just Lingual says, I live for Ratfolk. Okay, sounds good. I think we are going to do a rat chef ranger. Wandering Toad says, I've been learning sculpting. I'm trying to meet our people with like interests. Well, you just struck gold. That is all we do, hun, here. It is fantastic. If you are active on Discord, that's an option. But if not, I stream every day so you can hang out with your fellow peasants. Many people in the chat here are also 3D artists, painters, digital artists, tabletop enthusiasts. It's a pretty good crowd. Alrighty. So this is my base mesh I start with. I have a male and female. And then I also have this asset library of all kinds of different pieces. So I made all of these. Bunch of hairstyles, bunch of pants, legs, all that goodness. Again, I think we're going to work on a rat today. So I should have a rat base mesh. If not, I know how to grab from the one I had before. I'd be disappointed in myself if I didn't save this. I didn't. But I have the rat. I just don't have the body and whatnot. Oh, boo. That's okay. So I'm going to show you guys how organization goes a long way. So this is something that's really important. My husband poses stuff in Character Creator 4 as of this year. So this is our posing folder, and then we have pose ready. So every time something gets posed, we stuff it into the pose archive just in case something like right now happens where I forgot to save a piece that I really wanted. So let's go ahead and grab that Ratfolk Queen, and then I can put that into my asset library as well. Having this kind of like fluid organization system that you can draw from is essential, and that's why I can make hundreds of models in a year. Sweet. Also, you guys get to see the Ratfolk Queen, and she is so lovely, and I'm really excited to show her off. So the idea here is that this Chef Ranger will be kind of like this Ratatouille joke, but also will be creating meals for Her Majesty here. So here she is. Isn't she lovely? RB says, Mia, do you have your asset library saved as a project? Yes, my asset library is a ZPR, so ZBrush project, full of multiple tools, and all those tools are full of the subtools of the respective item category. Wandering Toad says, thank you so much for being so welcoming. Of course, I have gotten pretty good at when someone jumps in the chat where I can kind of like vibe check, and I'm like, Oh yes, you are one of us. Come. It's very much so like a right this way kind of thing. Wandering Toad says, Elmo, wait, I think I heard about you from Ella. Yes, Ella's Arcanum. She is one of the first students I ever had. So that checks out. All right, we have our lovely Ratfolk queen here. And now we are going to delete any of these pieces that are not fitting. So I'm gonna grab her face and the body, which I believe I created from a dwarf. Yep, there she is. Okay, there is some squishy weirdness happening here. She had a dress on, so this stuff didn't matter. There are gonna be consequences now, but that's okay, we will handle them. All right, we no longer need this. We're gonna fix up this body a little bit because I like the hunchback, but she looks just straight up deformed. Let's go ahead and repair this just a touch. Right now I'm kind of just going through and I am exaggerating any bony landmarks, so such as like her pelvis, that's my dog snoring, up on her shoulder. There we go. That's a little broken, isn't it? Here we go. Again, this model that we're going to make will also have clothes, so a lot of this isn't like detrimental, essential, but we're all about improving around here. All right, I want to make sure that there's eyeballs included. Cool, that came with the eyelashes. All right, those are all the pieces that I wanted to grab. Looking good. And now I will actually save the space, which I didn't before. But first, let's make a quick tail. I have a trick to show you guys for that. Grab your curve tube brush, go to stroke, curve modifiers, pop open this graph, and then flip it with FV. Make sure size is enabled, and I like to make it less severe of a slope. After all that button clicking is done, what's really cool is you can just click and drag, and it will taper this curved tube for you, just like that. Obviously, we don't need two tails, so we'll go from without symmetry, click straight down. There we go. And I can actually go here and click on lock start under curve, not lock end, that is backwards. Lock start, and now I can go ahead and pose this a bit. I'd like for it to be mostly straight, so that way later on I can use a bend curve modifier. Sweet. We now have our little rat person. And this time I'm gonna remember to actually save it into my animal humanoids. There we go, animal humanoids and Ratfolk. Perfect. Hey, Volt's back. It's been a hot minute. Welcome back. Mini Vice says, Mia, chef lore. Will she be fat or fit or in between as she gets to sample her own food? You know, I was thinking about making it a dude rat, but I guess we could do a lady as well. Wandering Toad says, I'm at work right now, lurking and chatting while I can. Yeah, of course, absolutely no pressure. I live stream every darn day. So if you're busy, just come back tomorrow. Paint says they're very tired. Everyone send love to Paint. Alrighty, and then if you guys ever need me, definitely put M3DM so I see it. And feel free to repeat yourself too. I think I missed something from Aloha. I guess I didn't. Okay, good. Just making sure. Wandering Toad said, well, if you're streaming every day, I'll be here to hang. Oh, I'm so glad. I love getting new people that like I can tell and come back. Ray was the same way. Like I think Ray tuned in once, and then Ray even has a brick now on my loading screen. So, man, Ray has just shot up through the ranks. Alrighty, y'all. We need to give... Okay, first of all, we need to do some polls. I'm actually going to end the poll. Usually I have the same one the whole time, but this model is so up for debate. I'll talk about it. Is it going to be a lady or a dude? Please vote. And that's just going to affect kind of like the overall silhouette that we go for here, and then maybe the type of chef hat that I use. If it's a lady, I might want to make her more like a pastry chef, and then if it's a guy, I mean, it could be either way, but I'll have like straighter lines, if that makes sense. So for a more dramatic, tall chef hat, if it's going to be a man rat. What a question. In the meantime, let me go ahead and add a base. Again, remember, this is a chef, but it is a ranger class. So this is going to be a chef that hunts for their own ingredients. And it just happens to be a rat person. I love it. So this is my bases here. I have a master folder of different themes. And the reason why these are master bases is because there's a bunch of different items on them that I can split off if I need to. I've been using my flower one pretty reliably recently, but I think in this case, I'm going to use my nature one. It has a tree stump on it. And I think it'd be really cool if I added a bunch of mushrooms on that tree stump, as if they're going to forage those mushrooms, or like truffles for any ingredients or dishes they're going to make. I definitely grabbed the wrong one after I said that. Which one has a tree stump? Why didn't I label this? I called it rock grass, nature base, and flower grass. My naming conventions leave a lot to be desired, but that's fine. Is this the one? No. Don't mind me. We're gonna go with the flowers, and I'm gonna add a tree stump. How's that? It's a classic. Been using it most streams recently. It's just so versatile. Oh, because a reminder that everything I make is for 3D printing and tabletop usually. All right, we're 50-50, unsurprisingly. Keep on voting. I forget, my peasants do this a lot. Wandering Toad said, I'm so sorry, what did I do to Satyr? I think I may have missed something. Is Satyr trying to duel you? We are silly here. We have currency essentially that as like you chat and watch, you get poing and you can spend it on things. Satyr, why she gotta be a lady to be a pastry chef? Doesn't have to necessarily. I just think the lines would suit a little better, and if she's a pastry, I want her dress to be like a big pastry shape. Oh, Satyr said to Toad, I'm saying I lurk at work too. Just letting you know that if we/they will slow your work down by being awesome. It's true. It's what we do here. Many of us says, I don't think we cause the weird ties on purpose. No, you guys don't cause it on purpose. You actually, you really can't, because you can't see the results until you vote. It's just peasant shenanigans. It's what y'all do. Same brain. Dungeon Meshi has to be a core reference. Absolutely. We will have many weapons and frying pans and pots and goodness. It's going to be great. Ooh, another little comic strip. Yes, yes. Post whatever, anything that's even remotely related. Share in our Discord right here. This is your guys' hub to share jokes, creative references while we work today. Toad says, man, I gotta get better at doing bases. I'm still using plain cylinders. I mean, technically that is the first step, so you're onto something there. Just duplicate another cylinder, dynamesh it, and then start detailing away. Empress says, speaking of bases, have you decided to provide just bases? Yes. Yes, I will do that. My bases have gotten a lot better recently, so more people are wanting them, and I give the peasants what they want. All right, my computer's being really laggy right now, and that's a-okay. I know how to fix that. So whenever ZBrush starts like kind of lag or bog down, bring up your activity monitor in Mac or your task manager. Usually it means that you have a something is open and being silly. Oh yeah, we had like a little peak of activity here. I'm not sure what the issue is. We'll just be really nice to it and send good vibes, and I bet it'll fix itself. How's that? Yep. Oh, look, it fixed itself. Excellent. All right, I have this piece. I'm very happy with it. Now we'll go back to our beginning ZPR and start stitching things together. Desktop, begin, paste, and I can come to this body reference and delete. I wanted to reopen this scene again because it has a lot of my lighting presets that I like. And now let's start grabbing some clothes. You guys still have an exact tie. Okay, it just broke barely to lady. I'm gonna end the poll right now because this is becoming an issue. Forge of Many Things says, hello and welcome, Matt. I issued myself a challenge today to see if I can make a box of carrots before Mia can make a whole character. I believe in you. I really do. Toad says, I use Nomad Sculpt, unfortunately. I think my Dynamesh might be called Voxel Remesh, maybe? That sounds about right. All right, so we're making a Ratfolk chef. Okay. I haven't decided if I want to put her in a cute little dress or not, but I just want some cuteness. Okay. Thinking of a ranger. But I want to have that rat essence too. I don't know if I'd give her shoes, you know? I do want to give her a cute little vest though. She really needs some clothes, so we're going to work on that. So the first thing I'm doing here is I'm just grabbing different assets from my library that I think are going to suit the model. Also, Matt, we're going to be checking in with you on your box of carrots progress. It's very important. I'm going to mostly fit it to the character, not perfect. We're getting some Ratfolk references. Very good. And then I want her to look like a chef, and chefs definitely don't wear skirts. And because she's a ranger on top of that, we're going to have to go with some pants. Yeah, look up Skaven for some clothes designs. Sounds good. I looked up a lot of Skaven references when I was making the Ratfolk Queen, so speak in your language. Again, a lot of stuff is not fitting quite yet, but we're just blocking in. Having a fun little hat is going to be a huge part of this. I do have this kind of squishier, less traditional chef hat that I think would be just perfect. So every one of these assets you guys see me importing was created specifically for a character. I don't just sit down and make a bunch of assets, so it does sound fun just to make a bunch of hats one day. And if you ask me, I can usually remember what each asset was for. This hat right here, I made for an orc baker who's holding a tray of cupcakes. I made that model, I think in 2021. Aloha says, Mia, can she have a large pan that she uses as a shield? Oh yes. A pan like this or a frying pan? Oh, we could do both. We could just have two pans. We could have this rounder pan that looks kind of like a wok for her shield, and then a frying pan for smackage. All right, I don't think I need anything else in here. I'm just kind of scanning it before I delete it. And then for shoes, maybe I'll give her little sandals. No, she probably, if she's a ranger, I think she would need better shoes. You know, something a bit more durable. Most of it's not going to be visible under her slacks. I don't want those. Let's go with these. Yes. Something simple and leather wrapped would be perfect. Just going to roughly put these into place. There we go. Excellent. Rob says, Skaven clothes are a bit too ratty. Pardon the pun. That's true. This will be a much more fancy rat. Which is a thing, by the way. Fancy rats are a breed. Ron Swanson's mustache. That's such a good idea. Who are you? Where did you come from? You just like popped in with like the best username I've ever seen. Is this your first time here? Or did someone rename themselves? I'm intrigued. And I will forever read your entire username when I see it. Though I do love the name Ron. That's my uncle's name. Uncle Ron. I was going to say he's my favorite uncle, but I'm like, I'm not allowed to say that. You can't have favorite family members. Or you can, you just shouldn't say them on stream where your family can see. Oh, I like that. Good one, Wolf. All right, we are at the end of our kit bashing stage, so now it is time to get this put together. Slater says, Mia, they said they found us yesterday. Oh, gotcha. Sorry, I missed that comment. In that case, you are new. Oh, very exciting. Emperor says, have you ever seen rats with curly whiskers? Oh my god, I would perish for them. Post pictures. I must see this curly whiskered rat. All right, so we're starting to run into more decision making. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is fuss around with my lighting because it's about that time. There we go. I want this a touch brighter. Not that bright. There we go. Bump up my ambient occlusion and my preview shadows. Adjustments. Bump. Bump, bump. Amazing. There we go. It's a little more contrasty. And then we're going to go ahead and put a little stamp over here to see the progress we make. I might go with like a, that is, Satyr, if you get on this roll with hairless animals in the chat, I'm gonna tax you, Poing. You're going to be heavily taxed. And don't just post a bunch of lizards then. All right, I want this to look very rangery, but still very obviously a chef. It is difficult that I made this a white rat. That is not going to work. So let's go ahead and make this more of a, there we go, a brown color. Look at their little curly whiskers. Oh my god. I would perish for them too. Adorable. Oh my gosh, that's really cute. Most of y'all know this, but I am a huge animal lover. I just, all critters, love them all. I really like the white rat though. No, we're gonna keep her white. The reason I was trying to change it is because it's making it difficult to like match her chef coat and stuff. But you know what? I can just go with like a green tint. It looks like a green and kind of tan color scheme. Yeah, something kind of like that. And obviously I need to make this model look much less hateful because it currently looks super hateful. I'm going to split these buttons into their own piece. And now let's kind of shape this chef coat so it actually complements her. Can we do a woolly rat? We could. Oh, Aloha, don't you forget, whenever you think of what accessory you want to add to her, just let me know. Obviously, no rush. We have lots and lots of work to get done still. For goodness sakes, her butt isn't even put away. There we go. I think having like these kind of thigh-high boots is going to suit this character really well and make her look a bit more feminine too. And it kind of leads into that more of a ranger look. Yes. How to create a sexy rat. Thank you, Bunny. You mean I don't just put boobs on a rat? That's not the answer? That seems to be the answer. On a real note, she's already looking really cute. She's looking almost a little like a Robin Hood-esque because of like these like archery silhouette that I'm kind of creating here. Speaking of, I would like to give her a short bow. I think that would be really cute and really fitting. There we go. Gonna darken the color. Perfect. And then I think it'd be nice if her little chef coat was actually made of leather. A little untraditional, but very fitting in this case. All right, those 2 rows of buttons are going to be essential to making this look very chef coat-like. Wandering Toad said, do you also print your models? You betcha. Oh, I print them all. This is a Siebel holder that I made. Seder was a huge part of designing this. And then I also have one of my archers, and I also print stuff really big. This is my, what is he called? This is my Barbarian King. And what's so cool with 3D printing, as you know, like the same file that printed this guy, I can also print him this small, and I don't have to change anything from the file. Ooh, and one more, because I love this one too. I also did a skeleton dragon. So everything I showed you guys, except for this gigantic one, was resin. This is FDM. And if you're curious, like FDM, resin, what are you talking about? Essentially, resin printers use a liquid called resin, and then it cures layer by layer from a liquid to a solid, while FDM melts plastic together. So if you look really, really close, you should be able to see layer lines. My camera wants to look at my face. Anyway. Yes, I 3D print all my stuff. Seder says, Mia, I'll accept my royalty point. No, thank you very much. You know what? I'm going to give you a single pity point. How's that? You get 1. Aloha says, Mia, can my accessory be a strap across the chest similar to an ammo strap, except it will have various ingredients like onions and potatoes poking out as the ammo? You betcha. That is a fantastic, fantastic idea. Also, I have Attack on Titan on the brain, so immediately it makes me think of Sasha. I see like a potato belt, and I'm like, Sasha would like that. Anyway, pin message. Incredible. Thank you. Seder, you say pity, I say royalty. I like your attitude. Toad says, how do you pose after? I've been trying to model my characters and pose before I add assets. Am I doing this wrong? You know, I could do this thing where I'm like, oh, there's no wrong way to do art. Yeah, no, you're doing it wrong. You're making this way harder on yourself than it needs to be. Do all your detailing in symmetry. It's so much easier this way. The trick is you need to have subdivision levels. If you don't have subdiv, you're going to run into problems because when everything's at a really high resolution, it becomes difficult to pose. And then you can drop down from Z plugin and Transpose Master, and it will merge everything into one piece for you to pose, and then it'll update all your subtools again afterwards. But you definitely want to create your characters symmetrically first. It is the fastest and easiest way to do so. If I'm sculpting something like, say, like a ballerina and she is dancing like an arabesque pose, perhaps I will sculpt her first and then put her leotard on afterwards. But it is so much more work to create the same thing twice for no reason, like the left side, right side. Does that make sense? Great question, though. Toad says, I also have FDM too, but it doesn't come out as clean as resin. This is true. It's hard to beat resin when it comes to small things. I just love the charm of the baguette in a bag from the Coors Wars. Oh my gosh, look at these little baguettes. I love that too. So she's going to have like a bandolier here with ingredients, which is fantastic. It would be easiest stylistically to put this on her back, but then it's going to kind of fall to the wayside. And I want it to really, really matter. I also can't cover up the buttons because that's what's making the chef coat look like a chef coat. I'm just talking through my process here. So what I'm going to do is add this really heavy belt across her hips. It'll add a nice asymmetric detail while still being nice and readable and large enough to stand out when 3D printed. Click and drag. So I'm going to start creating this belt here. There we go. Maniac's here. Hello. Hi, stream suggestion, if it's not too bothersome, you could have a full screen webcam screen when showing the miniatures. Yeah, you're right. It happens a lot during Tavern Keeper's Craft. I usually have a bigger camera option. I really should have that during every segment though. You're correct. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Rob says, Mia, am I hearing she needs an arrow quiver filled with baguettes? Oh, I'll ask the peasants. Wandering Toad said, might have to pick up ZBrush then. Yes, ZBrush is great. It's kind of expensive. If you are serious about learning it and you can drop the money on ZBrush, I'd also encourage you to look at my mentorship program. It's $30 a month, which is cheaper than ZBrush, and it will take away all of the frustration behind it because I'm making it sound like, oh, you just do this and this and this. I love ZBrush, but it's kind of like a petulant child. It's like when you try to feed a toddler. Toddler's like, I'm hungry. And you're like, oh, okay. Like, do you want me to cut up an orange for you? And the toddler throws itself on the ground and screams. And you're like, what is wrong with you? And the toddler's like, I obviously wanted potatoes and carrots. It's kind of like that, where ZBrush won't tell you what it wants, but it will explode if you don't do it right. I love ZBrush, but again, it's a bit like a petulant child until you know how to deal with it. All right, let me get a new poll for y'all. Important. Ray says, Mia, you gotta say it like $1 a day. It sounds fantastic. That's true. Yes, my mentorship is $1 a day. And it is worth way more than that. You will 100% get your bang for buck. Especially because I tailor my program to each student. So if you finish stuff every day, then I'll give you new stuff to do every day. If you only have time to do it once a month, that's okay too. All right, important, weapon time. Bow and arrows. Arrows are baguettes. Carrot daggers. That's the end of my creativity. So if you have ideas, let me know. Paint. I feel like the rat model looks too angry and feral. What do you mean? So friendly. No, you're right. I took the base mesh from the Rat Queen, who is kind of like the Queen of Hearts from Alice in Wonderland. So yes, no, I need to fix the face. Wandering Toad says, I only have an iPad. You're in luck. There is a ZBrush for iPad. Ooh, a baguette sword. Discuss. And I said disgust, like talk, not disgust. God, it sounds the same. But speaking of disgust, we need to fix this really scary mouth. I'm gonna hide the veins because that's not very cute. We're gonna lower the subdivision levels, delete the highest because I'm just not gonna need them. And then I can remove her tongue and her bottom teeth. Wow, that sounds insane out of context. That's okay. And now from here, make sure symmetry is enabled. Disable perspective, so it's nice and flat. There's no focal shift distortion. And then we're going to mask her jaw. Blur just a touch. Place my 3D gizmo at the hinge point and close her little mouth. Perfection. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, we need to fix this still. Any fine adjustments I'll be doing with my move brush. And smooth. So right now I'm fixing all of these little joints and stuff by using my smooth brush, and then her teeth probably shouldn't go through her face. That looks very uncomfortable. So to fix that, we're simply going to grab her teeth and then move them to the front. Gosh, Wolf, I don't know why you're so picky. Why can't our Chef Ranger just be screaming? Maybe she just found some really, really special truffles that were scream-worthy. Rage scream-worthy, if you will. Ooh, there we go. Baguette sword. Fancy. There we go. She's looking a bit sweeter. You just gotta trust the process. I gotta keep the little teeth though. All right, I'm subdividing her eyes just once and inflate. Hey, Yoni's here. Good morning. Welcome in. Aloha says, baguette in one hand and a massive wooden spoon in the other. Ooh, I like it. I like it. Didn't we want a shield pan and club pan? Yeah, at least one thing's gonna have to be a pan. So I can do a shield, like a small circle shield, that's a frying pan on one hand, and a short sword or a short bow, like a hand crossbow. That's an option too. But we gotta have a frying pan in here somehow. Very good. Oh, Grimnir is here. Hello, welcome back. Giant spoon, walking whacking stick, maybe. I like this too. I think we're just gonna deck her out, guys. I think everything we've suggested will somewhere end up on the model. We're just gonna have to decide what she'll actually be holding. And then if I miss any of your guys' questions or comments, or if you're just feeling neglected, you can always just put M3DM in the chat before you type anything, and it will highlight my name in orange for me. So it's much easier to catch you. If I've already missed you twice in a row, I'm sorry. It is a pop-in chat today. Oops. So right now I'm just adjusting her eyes so she looks a little less insane. There we go. She's looking more friendly. What do you think? Her shoulders are a bit too broad and her neck is too stubby at the same time. I know, I'm so judgy. So let's go ahead and fit her hat. Oh, very nice, Maverick. I'm going to raise up her neck just a touch because it's not giving me a lot of room. Oh, I need to put her eyeballs in her head too. That would be good. All right, we've been eyeballed. There we go. Raise this up, and then we're also going to taper her neck a bit more. Perfect. So now I can actually have room to adjust this chef coat. Looking pretty good from the side. I can always turn on transparency to really make sure this is fitting. Very good. She's definitely looking rangery. I'm happy about that. Make sure I don't forget to texture this like leather later on. And I say texture, but for all my other 3D enthusiasts out here, it's actually gonna be like, I'm gonna sculpt details on. I'm not gonna be texturing in like a marmoset or anything like that, or substance painter. There we go, making some good progress. Forge says, a food cart chariot. That would be epic. Wandering Toad says, head pets, please. Ah yes, head pets for the peasants. Hey, it's hard to keep up with chat when streaming sometimes, no worry. Absolutely. And again, I feel very lucky. My stream has grown a lot in the last couple months, so even just like 3 months ago, I'm used to being like, you know, there's like one chat message every 5 minutes. Now it's like every 5 seconds. Ooh, a new heist is starting. Good luck. Ember says, if only there was a clip function on YouTube like Twitch. So many clippable moments for shorts. That is a thing. I just haven't done it because I don't know how, but I will. I will do the business. I can add stream markers and create highlight videos, and that's available for me. I just don't know how they work. Again, this is all very, very new to me. But I'm making improvements, slowly but surely. All right, this belt needs a lot of work. It's not fitting in a very nice spot. I need to pitch it over her hip so it looks more comfortable, like it's really fitting to her body. It's also way too loose right now. So right now I'm just going through with my move brush. I'm kind of cinching this up. There we go. That's a bit better. I'm really keying in on the silhouette here. So everything that I do, I'm just kind of zooming out and thinking, does that read well? I would like if these pants were maybe a bit like puffy, almost like bloomers. And I want her tail to be a bit more distinct. So I'm going to inflate it a touch. There we are. Toad says, are you on YouTube predominantly or do you stream elsewhere? Just YouTube. That's the only place I've streamed. Yep, just YouTube. I've thought about streaming on Twitch too, but I've honestly become very, very attached to my viewers here and all my peasants. And I don't know, I just don't like the idea of trying to manage two different chats, and like my YouTube people wouldn't be able to talk to my Twitch people really, or normally. I mean, if you guys are open to it, I guess I would, but I don't know. I feel like we have a really cozy thing happening here. And I don't want to spoil it by letting in Twitch goblins, you know? Sater says, I did try to convince her being me, to do Twitch too, but she understandably doesn't want to have to worry about managing two chats, and then recently moved the thing that allowed, Twitch updated their terms of service recently that bans you from doing so. Why did we have the same page, Sater? Like, I said that, and then like right afterwards, or right before technically, because of the lag. You remember my feelings on it, exactly. Thank you, I feel heard. Yes, Aloha, you can now moo. I have added moo as an emoji. I need to edit the sticker a little bit so it reads better as an emoji. But that requires art and work, and I've got so much other art to do. Rob says, you might lose me on Twitch. Well, I'd still be here. I wouldn't move to Twitch. I would multi-stream in both places. Yeah, you already mentioned, I can dual stream. Mm-hmm. It quite literally could just be a win-win. But I don't know. I don't like new things. I'm set in my ways. Just kidding. My ways didn't even exist a couple months ago. Streaming is definitely a very new thing that I do. I have streamed before in the past, a couple years ago, but never with any real consistency. This is by far the most consistent I've ever been. I see you guys are enjoying the moo emoji. I love it. If you guys are looking for the moo emoji and feeling left out, it's only available to my YouTube members, that's why. Sapphire is here. Welcome back. Ooh, does he go with the Rat Queen? I knew you'd get it. I knew you'd get it right away. Yes, this is made from that mesh. Also, excuse you, look at these. Look at these. But yes. Feminine silhouette. Puffy pant. This is going to be like my rhino folk all over again. I made a lady rhino folk, like monk warrior, and y'all gave me a hard time about that too. All right, making some progress. All right, I need to hide the belt just for a moment here while I make sure everything is properly fitted. I'm turning on transparency and kind of run through here. Yeah, I don't know why I'm so resistant to streaming on Twitch, because when we get new viewers here, like Toad, for example, and Ron Swanson's mustache, we're super warm and welcoming and friendly. But I don't know. Twitch just feels other to me. Can't have that. No other. Toad says, oh, speaking of other art, do you strictly do 2D or do you also do any 2D? I do some 2D. Do I have my iPad near here? The sticker at the bottom, that's a 3D model that I then made into an illustration, and I made this. I'm proud of it. It's nice and clean. I don't do a ton of 2D work 'cause I'm not nearly as good at it, but I can do cute illustrations like this. And as far as other art in general, I am a very proficient piano player. Oh, there's a clip feature. Perfect. Now, growing up, I always considered myself a musician, and it's very funny to me that I now work as a visual artist. Never would have saw that coming. I thought maybe I could see myself being like a pianist in like a jazz bar or maybe even a cruise ship. That's probably the most creative possible career path I saw for myself. But originally I was like, no, I was going to be an anesthesiologist. And I was like, nope, that's too much school. And so that's why I went to school for mechanical engineering instead, because I love science and math, even though I'm horrible at math. Fun fact. Sater says, Mia, actually, to that point, this is the first time I don't think you've done the anthro boob disclaimer. This is true. It's a mammal, therefore boobs. But still subtle. So far, my apologies, Ratfolk person. I've just come home from the office and on the start of a fever, I think. Oh, I'm sorry you're feeling sick. I was going to make fun of you more, but then you said you were sick. Okay. Screaming through the chat. Strong opinions. Oh, yes. Aloha says, look at the clip. I have to look at the clip? But it's just my stream. Doesn't want to load. Zephyr is here. Welcome back. Ooh, does he go with the wrap clean? I knew you'd get it. I knew you'd get it right away. Yes, this is made from nut mesh. Also, excuse you, look at these. Oh no, I did jiggled boobs. Okay. God, it's like something happens and I forget about it and you guys play it back to me and I'm like, who is that? Why is she doing that? Toads, that is super cute and nice. I love piano. Thank you. Rip. Okay, it's fine. Obviously, you guys find me funny or you wouldn't still be here. Which is absolutely delightful to me. I was never the funny one in my group, ever. Depends how dorky the group was, though. I will say, as my friend group got dorkier, people found me funnier. All right, these buttons are weirdly high res, so let's go ahead and reduce those down. Squish them so they're properly circle looking. And then also extrude them, because right now I don't have a lot of wiggle room for them to actually fit. Bam, and they look like little weird bullets. But it's all for 3D printing reasons. There we go. And then these don't need to be perfectly positioned, mostly because I can really easily touch them up using the Move Topological brush. There we go. One, and then we'll duplicate it, and now there's another set. Just like that. If you're wondering how I'm doing that duplication trick, let me know in the chat. It's just like you just hold down Command and drag essentially, but I can do a more detailed tutorial than that. There we go. Yoni's asking the 8-Ball, do I do some art today? 8-Ball says not sure. Let me help you. Yes, you will. Yoni's one of my students. Aloha. Yeah, but they're subtle, guys. Also, Mia 2 minutes earlier, jiggles around rat chest. It was just a demonstration. Oh, that is what happened, though. You know, that's one of the things about streaming, is that I talk the whole freaking time, so I forget what I say a lot until you guys will clip it and show it to me, and I'm like, oh yeah, I did say that. And it's on camera, so I can't deny it. I would be a terrible politician. Oh my goodness. For many reasons, that just being one of them. Oh, and topics of politics and religion are banned, so I just broke my own rule. Does that mean I have to mute myself? All right, that is looking better. So far. Mia, please fire away. I'm just happy I caught alive. Me too. Paint says, I understand the anthro thing. I mean, they started growing to bipedal animals, they would only have one set. This is true. This is true. Yoni pulls out tablet. Very good. At least they're not gadgets proportions from Rescue Rangers. Exactly. That's what we're avoiding. Toad says, next week when I get back home, I might order up ZBrush for the iPad and possibly come take some classes from you. I would love that. Oh my god, you guys are having like a proper discussion about anthro boobs. I just need to shine the light. You guys, you see yourselves? Paint says, Mia, what do you recommend for starting equipment for 3D modeling? Pretty much any old laptop or computer will do. ZBrush is not very intensive. It's more CPU heavy than graphics card heavy. So if you have like a beefy gaming computer, it will demolish ZBrush in a great way, no problem. But you really don't need as robust of a computer as you might think. As far as graphics tablets go, I recommend the Wacom Intuos, or Wacom, however you say it. WACOM Intuos. I think it's like $60 or $80. When I got it, it was $60, but it's under $100. The big thing is it's not a display tablet. It's not a computer on its own. Like, you must connect your art tablet to a computer or a laptop. It doesn't do anything by itself. But yes, the Intuos is a great one. If you have a little more dough to shell out, I recommend the Huon Canvas. That's what I use for a very long time. As far as size goes, with tablets, Seder, control yourself, but with the bigger, the better. Seriously though. And any buttons or gimmicks are just gimmicks. They're dumb. Don't get a touchscreen. You don't need a touchscreen. You don't need buttons. You just need a big screen. That's it. So get a featureless tablet that's as big as you can afford. Oh, and your RGB acuity doesn't matter. That's talking about like color resolution, but since you're 3D modeling, who cares? You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna have to pay a lot extra for extra levels of sensitivity for your pen and for color acuity, but neither of those matter for 3D modeling. Seder says, Mia, let's be honest here. Are you surprised that I engage in this type of discussion? No. No, I am not surprised. This is true. Also, I tease you, but these are important discussions, and I just had them in my head. They're inside thoughts. All right, I'm pretty happy with the base that we have here. I'm not thrilled with the color scheme though. We have too many colors and they're all clashing and I must fix. Oh, her head is one piece. Nope. There we go. So right now I'm just grabbing colors that are already on the model. I like this green and brown color scheme because it just reads very Ranger. This needs to be lower poly. Maniac said, control yourself killed me. I spat out my tea. You're welcome. I am forever tickled that you guys think that I'm funny. I love that. Maybe not your like traditional funny where it's like joke, haha, but as far as snarkiness, and I'm gonna leave it there. Okay. Yoni says, I got an XP tablet when it was on sale. Nice. Seder, what did I do? It's more like what you didn't do, but we're going to do. Seder says, I'm not being graphic or gratuitous, but fine, Mom. I'll be quiet now. No, it wasn't about rat boobs. It's about me saying that the bigger the better for tablets. Anyway. Sigh. Okay, we are... Oh, that was a happy accident. Did you guys see this? So, if you use ZBrush with symmetry turned on, guess what? It makes the model symmetrical. Crazy. I forget this every time. So I ZBrush with symmetry turned on and then I have to undo it and do it again. But this happens every now and then. It looks kind of like an ascot and it looks fancy, but still chef-like. It's kind of like a nice merge between our chef and our ranger, which are both elements that we want. Amazing. Aloha. What are we talking about, guys? Do we need my input on this? Oh, no. Nope. We're good. Don't worry. No worry about that conversation. We are now talking about ascots, and I'm very happy about them. Though this probably isn't technically an ascot at this point, because there's too many pieces. I'm really happy with it, though. Yes, let's go with a darker color here. It's probably a bit too dark. Let's lighten that up, be more of a tan. What about chocolatey brown? Seder says, oh my god, I missed the innuendo. I am shamed. Oh my goodness. I am ashamed of you too. But yes, I would have kept that on the inside. I'm proud of you. So Fire says, gorillas have two, and I think elephant. Nope, stop it. I'm gonna have to go to Twitch if y'all get me banned from YouTube. But it's all in the name of art. Like, it's just high level discussion about art and anatomy. Anyway, so we are a little over an hour into the stream. We did our little warm up, we hung out, we had pleasantries, and then we went from this cursed little asset library kit bashing to this. So I'm quite happy. I like the little face, the mouth is quite cute. Yoni, guys, what does TTRPG mean? Tabletop role-playing game. So stuff like Dungeons and Dragons, Pathfinder, Warhammer is more like wargaming, but it's absolutely a thing because there's different subsections of Warhammer, like whether it's the fantasy, like Age of Sigmar, or it's tabletop games. And yes, the Oblivion remaster did come out. Oh, it's been a super lively stream. A reminder to y'all, I would super appreciate if you guys like the stream, and if you're having a good time, subscribe. I do this every darn day. I'd love to have you back. Now it is time to stop fiddling with the color scheme, she says as she continues to fiddle with the color scheme. And eventually, we will move on to creating some more assets. Yes. I forgot that I made the hands all like diseased. That was for the Rat Queen. But not this one. That doesn't suit this one. I don't mind the idea of having her nails and claws being a little bit dirt tinged, as if she was like digging for new ingredients. Pretty sure truffles are underground. So I'm gonna go with truffles. Yang says, oh, I've got some unpainted Warhammer minis. You didn't have to specify unpainted. We already knew. Never played tabletop though. Well, if you're looking for a game, we do have a channel in our Discord server. Looking for a group? Looking for a TTRPG group, actually. And you're welcome to people. There's DMs in there that are looking for players, and it's all online. I really want to join one of them, but I would just hate if I flaked out because I'd be busy. So if I do join one, it'll be because I am 100% certain that I have the time for it. Taylor says, Rat Chef. You got it. It is a ranger class, though, within like the tabletop universe. So it is a chef that specifically can hunt for their own ingredients. I really want to give her a bow and arrow. So I'm going to go ahead and open up my weapons Z tool here. And I think it would need to be like a hand crossbow. I still love the idea of making the arrows a baguette. That's super funny to me. A hand crossbow would fit better, but I think for the silhouette, a bow would just be more interesting, and it would complement this really fun like bandolier of ingredients that Aloha suggested. There we go. Beautiful. Forge and May Thing mentions that flaking is part of the game at a certain age. My group has not met up in 4 weeks. It happens. I mean, to be fair, like Easter just happened, so everyone was out of town. Alrighty. I'm going to open up my items master tool because I have a bunch of little food ingredients, if I remember correctly. They're mostly pastry items though I do have a wooden spoon, and we talked about that. I actually can't remember. Oh, I made an elven chef. That's what the wooden spoon is from. So yes, we have a spoon. Let's lighten the color a touch, that way it actually stands out. Perfect. And then let me look for anything else here. We have some mushrooms, flowers, a very nice stick. I believe I even have it named in here, nice stick. Yeah, as far as individual plants and stuff, I haven't really modeled a lot of that, which is a-okay. I can definitely do that myself right now. I'm also kind of scrolling through here to get any ideas of things I want to add. I think a butterfly on her hat would be sweet and a nice little bit of color. Because even though she's hunting for ingredients, I imagine to be a ranger, you have to be pretty, you know, usually rangers and druids are pretty in touch. So yes, I might not keep it the whole time, but as of right now, I think a nice little yellow or blue butterfly on top of her head would be quite precious. We're going to add a little bit of depth to this by selecting the wings. I'm going to just color drop a solid blue here. Let's go a little on the light side, and then I can take my paintbrush with drag rectangle, darken my blue, and then just add a little bit of depth here. It'll give more of like an ambient occlusion effect, but also just makes it more interesting and readable at the same time. There we go, just a little bit of shading. Cute. Frying pan and a boomerang. Oh, a boomerang is a good idea. Let's go ahead and save. Chef Ranger. So in this case, it'll be a Ratfolk Chef Ranger. Perfect. Toad says, oh yeah, my work is also super cartoony. Does your class require super realistic stuff? So I guess I'm not talking about it quite right. It's a mentorship program. So my goal is to help you reach your goals. So if your goal is to sculpt cartoony stuff, awesome. I'm gonna show you how to do that. If it's also D&D like printables, I'll do that. If it's anime characters, I'll help you with that. So really it is my job to assist you and provide resources and assignments that will structure your growth in a way that is consistent and digestible. So a long-winded answer to yes, it can be anything that you want. And don't you worry, I'm doing this Ratfolk here, so I don't do super realistic either. Speaking of, this is probably a good time to show you the tabard pets, because I've been doing these really cutesy, cartoony stuff, and it might be more similar to what you're talking about. Yeah, do you mean something like this? I made this one yesterday, a little knight. Oh, also, just small warning, all of these have little booties. We're just silly around here, so just let you know. If that offends you, that's ridiculous. There you go, booty. So we got Moo the Mushroom, Buzz the Bee, Carl the Crusader, and then my favorite and the most difficult one by far was Blue, which is short for Bloom the Bonsai. This one was just difficult all over to get this to be balanced correctly. But yeah, I play with some different styles. I also do pinup models that are a bit more anime-like. That's a whole separate business. I don't even make that part of M3DM. That is called Spicy Arts. That is separate. Yes, the tabard pets have grown. Wandering Toad says, excellent. Yes. We appreciate arts of all kinds and booties of all size. Oh, that is not a tagline. Moving on. Sater says, wait a minute. Several weeks ago, I talked about a rally I'd seen and used a word combo that involved the word and it censored it. But just the word itself is fine. Perhaps. I don't know what the word is. So Fire says, Mia, every chef I know had a tasting spoon in the pocket on the arm or torso. I don't know if the other word would be flagged. How am I not figuring out this word? Maybe that's for the best. Toad says, thank you for the explanation, everyone else's responses in chat. Yeah, we're a friendly lot around here. Speaking of, if you're lurking and you're happy lurking, continue to lurk. I am also a lurker if I am not the content. But if you're just feeling shy but you want to talk, don't be shy. Just say hi in the chat and we'll take care of the rest. Yogi said, Mia, did you say spicy arts? Yes, that's me. If you Google spicy arts and see all those Kickstarter projects, I did those. That's me. Secret reveal. Right, quoted. As soon as I said it, I was like, oh no, the peasants are gonna write that down, aren't they? It's a word with 2 O's and a B. Boob? Is it boob? For $300. Lore updates. Very good. You guys are funny. Oh my goodness. All right, this has been a really good time. We have 30 minutes left on the Tavern Keeper's Craft, and then we go into a double happy hour thanks to Aloha. If you too would like to roll the D20 of Destiny, which will trigger one of 20 unexpected twists that happen live on stream, that is now an option. Oop, as the wrong goal though, not for 10 super chat. That's super expensive. That's 10 times more expensive than I wanted it to be. Look, it's fun, but it's not worth $50. Let's try $5. There we go. Okay, that goal is now live if you too would like to roll the D20 of Destiny. If you have managed to save up 300 poing, which is a free currency, not real money, you get that just by watching and chatting. You can also redeem that now. So far says, more like the one that comes after chicken and rhymes with the rest. Breast? Pay, ding, 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 and you won nothing because tax write-offs. This is true. Toad says, I don't play with spicy art. I can appreciate, but I try to keep it as kid-friendly as possible. Most of my work involves my 5-year-old son. Oh no, I totally get you. Also, I am very picky on what I mean by pinup. When I say pinup, I mean like, think of like the old adverts in the 50s for like women's makeup. Like, here, I have spicy arts models on here. Why don't I just grab one and show you guys? Because it is not trashy. Oh, it's so, I don't know why it's so difficult for people to make. Just making like a slutty model isn't a pinup. You know what I mean? Like here's a new one that I'm working on that's inspired by Priscilla from The Witcher. So like it's pinup-y, you know what I mean? It's cutesy. But like it's definitely not trashy. Is there going to be a topless version? Yes, there is. But that's besides the point. But it's fun for me to like kind of just like fine tune a bunch of details. I have a very different facial style here. Which is actually, Yoni, this is more similar to like kind of that almost anime hybrid. If I were to push the proportions here a bit, it'd look even more like that. But yeah, also I love The Witcher and I love Priscilla, so it's kind of like a fun little tribute to her. Do I have any other ones on here? Obviously this one isn't posed. I don't, but I've done like 15 of these projects before. One of my favorite was Mabel, which is actually like a barkeep. She turned out really cute, or a barmaid. But yeah, I just want to clarify, like, those are the kind of pinup models I make. Like, they're very cute. Yoni says, I want to learn that art. She is gorgeous. Yes, I love that. Okay, well, cool. All the more reason that I'm proud to have you as a student. I can help you with that. So far says, I always thought pinup was the pose, but then the naughty ones was a different level of pinups. Like calendars. Yes. Yes. The pose is a huge part of it, too. I have some really cute poses planned for Priscilla. Or Priscilla. What did I name her? I can't remember what I named her. Yeah, absolutely. It is not gratuitous. Exactly. Actual pinup. Yep. Empress says, this is so different from some of the stuff I've seen us do so far. Yeah, I've got depth. I've got different projects. All right, I need to... It's been raining here a lot. I live in East Tennessee, and I love rain, but every year I forget how to control the fluff. So I'm gonna pin up my hair right here because it's just itching my face. There we go. Perfect. Excellent. All right, we're back in business. I can't stand hair in my face. All right, I'm feeling a bit of a slump right now on this model, but it's coming so well. So I'm going to detail the pants right here to kind of get myself back in the zone. Ooh, there we go. Raunchy. That's just a fun word anyway. Not raunchy, classy. You got it. I always like to think sassy, not slutty. All right, let's go ahead and crease. Okay, so to do this, I'm gonna add some fabric folds. So I subdivided a bunch of times, and now I'm going to go in with my standard brush. We're gonna do some swoops. So I didn't do any fancy modifiers to the brush. This is literally just a standard brush. I have a Z intensity of 25, focal shift of 0, and I'm just kind of roughing in some shapes here. I'm almost kind of like scribbling, if that makes sense, because I'm just trying to find some organic shapes. Even though fabric folds obviously respond in a way that's like possible, there is an element of randomness to them, especially like this puff at the bottom here. Now for like under her little booty and stuff, these always look pretty consistent. These are compression folds and tension, I guess, at the same time. There we go. And the way I'm adding and removing material so quickly is I'm just holding down Option on my keyboard. That's for Mac. If you have a Windows, that's going to be Alt. Always make sure that you're adding like seams and stuff. Showing the construction of your garments really makes them look more interesting. And then maybe I'll even add some like fun stitching. There we go. All right, so we kind of have a base here. It looks a little better, but it's still not very punchy. So now that I have some fabric folds planned out here, I'm gonna soften the transition to the rest of the material. And now I'm gonna kind of commit to some of these forms here now that I have them kind of scribbled out. So in that case, I'm gonna turn on lazy radius. That's going to stabilize the curve of the brush, so it'll cancel out the shakiness of my hand. I don't even think I have like particularly shaky hands necessarily. It's just a natural wobble, I guess. All right, so now I'm just kind of adding some of these more intentionally, a bit more heavy-handed. Whenever I do a stroke that I like, I click number 1 on my keyboard and I'll repeat the stroke I just did. Oh, thank you, Aloha, for liking the pinup. Yeah, thank you. Toad says, yeah, it's weird being a cartoon artist. I get a lot of comm requests for questionable things. Okay, so you take commissions, you do all kinds of stuff. If you haven't already, join the Discord and go to share your art. I would love to see the kind of stuff that you're working on. Oh, unless that's you. That'd be so funny if that was you sharing your art. It's not loading it though. I want to see it. But we're super artist friendly. I would love, love, love to see your art. And then we also have a self-promotion channel. You're more than welcome to share your commissions there. I'm always trying to connect my audience to other artists as well. Oh my God, your name is Taylor. Oh my God, are you kidding? It can't be. Someone has to change their name. I'm so glad you have Wandering Taylor. Oh no, Wandering Toad. The Taylor. Taylor the Toad. Wandering Taylor the Toad. Beautiful. Yeah, we have Taylor Brownie and we have Taylor Beth. We call Taylor Beth Reaper and Taylor Brownie just gets to stay Taylor. So yeah, you were Toad for sure forever. We have a triple threat Taylor. Infinite Taylor glitch. Oh my goodness. Also, that's so funny that you're a like 2D specialist, like that's what you create, because our other main 2D artist is Taylor Beth, also known as Reaper in the Discord. Taylors just be spawning everywhere. Oh my goodness. You know, it's funny because like in real life, because this isn't real life, this is the tavern, I've met like one Taylor my whole life. And she was so mean too. But anyway, that's a whole other point. You guys are obviously very nice Taylors. The good Taylors. Yes, there we go. Taylor Brownie, Taylor Reaper, and Taylor Toad. Beautiful. Yes, there are now 3 Taylors. Yes, currently the heist has a 45% win rate and 110% payout. Alrighty. We now have some fluffy, detailed pants, looking much better. There's like a hole right here, and I can't figure out how I want that fabric fold to fall. There we go. I figured it out. It wasn't that hard. The trick is just knowing what looks wrong. That's like 90% of the problem. There we go. Also, Matt, if you're still here, how is that box of carrots going? Those were so cute. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm gonna make her legs a little bit skinnier just to kind of make this more dramatic and punch up the silhouette a little bit more. Good luck on the heist, peasants. I can't remember who wanted it to be space themed, but it was fun writing it, so thank you. If you guys have any other suggestions or things you'd like the heist to be themed, let me know. We currently have pirates, necromancers, and space. Forte's actually looking pretty good. That's probably the easiest compliment I've ever heard you give yourself, and I'm so happy to hear it. I bet it looks awesome, but I'll take actually pretty good. I like it. I bet they're fantastic carrots. Are they as good as your cabbages? The cabbages were pretty nice too. Oh, ZBrush crashed. We were about due for a crash. And if you're thinking, oh no, you haven't saved recently, never fear. I chronically quick save automatically every 3 minutes. So I do not fear crashes. Crashes fear me. There we go. All is well. I lost a little bit of work on the fabric folds, but that's not hard for me to fix. All right, so let's take this and squish. Perfect. Forge says much faster than the cabbages. Very good. All right, let's work more on this little bandolier. I do forget the regular saves, but it's okay. All right, I believe I pinned it. Where are my pins? Right here. Bam. Kind of like that. Okay. So let's make some pouches. But first, I want to detail this a touch more. I'm just going to use my Z modeler brush and extrude a couple edge loops. Nice and simple. Extrude, poly loop. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. What is that from? Why do I know that? All right, we got this belt right here and time for some patches. Not patches, pouches. All right, how would I want to make that? Because I want them to have stuff in them. Could I use a cylinder and hollow it out and then make the flap with a rounded off like cube? Or make the whole thing out of cubes? We're gonna do the whole thing out of cubes. Okay. We are gonna make some pouches. The initial cube they give you is super ugly because it has this topology on top. I honestly don't know why. I don't like it at all. So I go down to initialize where it says Q cube and I use this. And it actually has topology that I find usable. Ah yes, hydrate. I have not drank any water today. Thank you. I'm sitting next to it though. Does that count? Osmosis? Not how that works. Reference. Satyr says the Empress, a beholder without eye stalks. Man, what are y'all talking about? Oh, there we go. Empress says, so theoretically, if I wanted to whet my appetite with sculpting in ZBrush, what are some simple objects to try? Funny you should ask. On a real note, this is not just an ad for mentorship. I'm just going to show you the Sculpt With Me lessons I have, because the thumbnails are very friendly and they're meant to be followed. Here we go. All right, so here are ones I have my students go through. An entire dragon. No, I'm just joking. Here's a fun one. Doing a mushroom, a potion rack. That's actually a really quick one. Medallion's another safe one. It's really just using radial symmetry and then a chain brush. Making little alien blobs. That's a recommended one. A magic staff or some crystals. The sword's a little complicated. Don't do that. But these ones are all good examples of things that you can kind of whet your appetite. The mushroom especially is a good practice one I'd recommend. You only need 2 subtools, even just one if you wanted to keep it really, really simple. There's a lot of fun textures you can practice there. And if it doesn't come out perfect, it's okay because it's just a mushroom. It's meant to be a little asymmetrical and organic looking. But if you actually want to learn how to do these are all clickable videos on my mentorship program that you can follow yourself. I'm a menace. Sater says, can I have a bite command? What do you want it to do? I mean, sure, but what does it do? You could also just start with rocks. You know, rocks are harder than you think. I had a hard time with rocks. Maybe it's just me. You should add Chubby. What the heck is Chubby? This is a memory that I know I should remember. And I say this every time. What the heck is Chubby? Okay, we're making a pouch. I keep forgetting to make it's pouch time. All right, I'm going to Z-model a pouch. So the first thing I'm going to do is hold down Option, mask this. We're going to inset a polygroup. Polygroup island. Boop. And then we're going to extrude downwards. Polygroup island. Bam. Just like that. I don't need to go all the way down because it's not actually an accurate thing. It just needs to give the illusion of depth. When are we adding cheese? I am ashamed I was not going to do that until you brought that up. Chibi. Ah, duh. That was just a typo. That's what she meant. I definitely can do that. Oh my gosh, Maverick. Maverick has unearthed. That black spot, that's a dog. Right there. The little pink spot, that's his ear. It's all flipped out. He's a good boy. Yes, the Tavern Pets. That would be a fun one to tutorial on. No, Maverick, nothing's happening. All right, so we have this, and then I'm going to duplicate it, select the original piece. Oh my goodness, you're being so fussy. I know. He has unearthed himself all the way. It's very early for you to think that the stream is over. You usually wake up in about an hour. That's okay. Lay down. There you go. Oh, you're distracted. That's okay. Yoni says, there's also mini assignments you go through the mini sculpt pack with Mia. This is true. Sater says, I'm just a pulling spender. I spend the pulling on that when appropriate. Let's see. It would be bite minus 10 and then for X amount of damage. Oh my goodness. I think that's too powerful. Oh, unless that's what you're taking. So you're like removing points from someone. That's chaotic. Maverick has sprouted from the earth to enjoy the sun. Very wholesome way to say that. All right, we have another Q cube. There we go. And now we're going to make a flap. So I'm gonna make it just a single-sided poly. Stretch, mirror and weld, and just fit it right here. Oh, I am all backwards, aren't I? Yep, nope, that's not what I wanted at all. Boo. Here we go. I had it rotated the wrong way, so it was not on the axis I wanted it to be. There we go. all is well. I mean, unless you could leech them from someone vampire style. That's also an option. But yeah, you would just be removing point from yourself. Toad says, this is coming along fantastically. Thank you. I really appreciate the encouragement. Even though I've been doing this for a long time, I've made almost 1,000 models at this point. It's still exciting to see it come together every time. All right, have a bit of a curved top, and then we're gonna stretch this. I'm gonna crease all of the edges. There we go. So now when I subdivide, it's gonna maintain some of that shape. All right. Just extruding some shapes so this all reads as well as I want it to. Perfect. And I'm going to add some stitches down the sides. To do that, I'm going to use a curve brush and then change stroke, or no, not stroke, picker depth to 1C to continuous C. That means it's going to wrap around the model, just like that. Perfect. I'm going to add a few stitches and then go in the opposite direction. You'll notice I'm not being too picky with these because them looking a little crooked actually makes it look better. These look like little, almost like beer tankard holders. Alrighty. Now I'm gonna take this lid flap right here, which I'm not certain what I wanna do with this, truthfully. But if I don't have it, I can't use it. So we're gonna make something. How's that? Extrude an edge here. Does that make sense to me? Not the whole thing, just the loop. Nope. There we go. Very nice. All right, we have a little bit of like a pouch pocket thing here, and now I can start putting in all kinds of different ingredients and whatnot. I'll probably have at least one of them be closed, so there needs to be some sort of closing mechanism. I can just put a little buckle on it. Let's go ahead and inflate that, and then we'll go with a light blue to color. Did not manage to grab my mic for that one. Sorry. Alrighty. We got that. And then... Why are you poly painting both? Ah, there we go. Distracted by my own dumb sneeze. There we go. Well, if I'm gonna do it this way, I might as well have a little strap as well. Ray says, Mia, I'm surprised you didn't use Benker for that. It's like your go-to toy. It kind of is, isn't it? I gotta keep you on your toes. Satyr, because I like being the monster. Did not see what you're doing, but very good. Cause problems. Ooh, vampire heist. Oh my god. Vampire heist. Let's go. That will happen tomorrow. Vampire heist. What do you guys want the odds to be for that? You can pitch it to me. So if we do 50-50, it's just normal odd, like it's odds are up to you, obviously, and the payout will never be more than 100. But if you want, I can make it less likely that you guys will win, but I'll increase the payout. Give me a pitch and I'll consider it. Yoni says, bless you, Mia. Thank you. Bad satyr. No. For however much I may be like a half orc in real life, alas, I am but a human and confirm it is boring. Huzzah. Wandering Toad said, you requested me to post some stuff. I posted an art share if you want to check it out later after stream. Do you mind if I check it out now? It'll be like on screen for everyone to see. I would like to look at it, but I understand if you feel like I don't want you to be shy. 100% win rate, 200% profits. You're going to have to do a better pitch than that, Ray. All right, we have a little pouch. I'm gonna add a strap on the top of it. Go-to toy, oh my God. Okay, just like that. Wow, why are you being dumb? Why? The curved strap snap brush is very sensitive. All right, there we go. I had to use symmetry. I don't usually like using that for this, but that's fine. This buckle is way too big. There we go. It's the most optimal. No. Okay, but for reals, 50% win rate and 100% profit. That's what you guys have right now, but technically slightly better. Let's do 45% win rate for 120. I can do that. So you have a 45% chance to win, but if you do manage to win, you get 120. So it doubles plus 20%. A little risk and nice pay. There you go. Just Lingual says 60% win rate, but we steal points from other participants vampire style. Love the idea. Don't know how to code for that. Oh no, suboptimal. Toad says, you're fine, but I don't want to derail your stream by any means. Oh, my stream is just as much about my peasants as it is me. I appreciate you being sweet though. Are you guys ready for some toad art? Heck yeah. Oh, I freaking, oh my gosh, we're like mushroom buddies. This looks a lot like Moo. Wait, it's got a little booty and everything. That's amazing. Are we just like in sync? What? This is incredible. What? I'm floored. It's not like that original of a concept. I get it. But like, guys, alternate universe Moo. Same universe. What? I love it. I actually like the face you did better than I did. Amazing. Oh, these are so wonderful. Is that a mimic? Okay, damn, you're pretty good. Oh man, I never know what to expect when people post stuff, so this is a delight. Okay, these are super cute. These are kind of like, this is like what I would consider like pin up too. That's cute as heck. But it's so consistent. It's definitely you across all of them, I can tell. These are delightful, Toad. I insist, if you are taking commissions right now, post your rates and self-promotion. I know people will be interested. Moo's lost sibling. I know. This is incredible. Amazing. Amazing. Oh my gosh. I love when people show their art regardless, but when they're like really good, it's always a treat. I'm trying to pick a favorite. It's got to be Moo's long lost cousin. Seems like a easy pick. It'd probably be this pinup. This is probably my favorite one that you did. There's so many little details on this. Big fan. Big fan. Very pulling. All right, for being brave and being wonderful, whether you want it or not, everything around here runs on poing. This is how it works. You get a whopping 50 poing for being brave and letting me show your art on my stream. Oh, thank you, Mini Blaze, for the references in the pouch. That just looks pretty similar to the pouch I made. I like it. Wandering Toad says, I made it for my wife. She loves the mushrooms. That's fantastic. Cheers to both you and your wife. That's wonderful. All right, let's get a couple edges on this little strap. Like, don't get me wrong. I mentioned it when you first tuned into the stream, Toad. I was like, you know, I can tell you're going to fit in here. I didn't realize that you also had a mushroom with a little bakery. Like, that's fitting in almost too much. That's uncanny. That's amazing. Where is Aloha? Someone find Aloha. They're going to lose their mind. There we go. I just wanted a little more interest on this. Needed a little something. A little something something. I'm still not thrilled about this buckle that I did. I don't think it looks good. But I like the one that Mini Blaze linked right here with the two... I like that a lot. This one, the two horizontals. Shape. All right, let's go to curve strap snap. Toad said, oh man, I wish I could do commissions again. I have a 1-year-old and a 5-year-old. No. And a manager. Yeah, jokes. Lol. Mia missed Aloha's response. Oh, I did. I knew someone had to get you. I like the way you think, Wandering Toad. Okay, very good, very good. I missed you, but I still thought about you, which is just as thoughtful, right? All right, I think I'm gonna have just a bunch of loops. Feeling loops. Okay, I'm gonna move this over a little bit and mirror and weld so the topology is more doable. There we go. One, two. Hopefully that doesn't cause any problems. Nah, I'm feeling brave. That's good. 1, 2, 3. There we go. That's fun. Looks interesting. I'm going to polygroup each one of these. Definitely going to keep this asset. And now let's assemble. It is time to assemble. Also, this pouch looks awesome. Y'all know I'm going to save it. All right, that's going to go to desktop, items. Nope. Downloads, organize. It's so hard to be consistent. Item. Tall pouch. Pouch with stitches. There we go. That's descriptive-ish. Hey, Corey's here. Hello. It's been a little bit. Welcome in. We are making a Ratfolk Chef Ranger. It's coming along swimmingly. Also, Aloha rolled the D20 of Destiny, but I added some fun stipulations today, being advantage and double happy hour. So it's going to be an extra long stream today. Since they rolled the D20, it's actually their idea to have like this bandolier full of ingredients. So I'm kind of just figuring out how I want to shape all of this. Did I polygroup these nicely? Yes, good enough. I'm really gonna play with like how all these shapes are gonna fit. By making them just the same shape all the way up, it's kind of hard to look at. So instead what I'm gonna do is like my favorite, which is like having one large shape that's kind of like anchoring somewhere on the silhouette, and then some smaller ones to complement off to the side. I'll probably not even have the lid, honestly, on these other ones. Keep this more simple. There we go. Like this. So all my students, if you guys weren't paying attention, pay attention. This is a good moment. So the first thing I did was take this shape and copy it all the way up, and it looked busy and not great. So instead I just took this asset and then simplified it a little bit. But I gave like a focal pouch, if that makes sense. So now this whole thing reads better. When you have a really successful design, you'll find like a strong, clear shape hierarchy even within your subtools. So even like just the shirt will have like a clear shape hierarchy that contributes to the overall model as well. Does that make sense? You're gonna have the same foundational or fundamental strength showing in your smallest pieces that combine to make your big piece. There you go. Corey says, Mia, hi, I've been a bit busy in real life. So anyone have tips on selling a house? Nobody wants to buy our house. I'm sorry. I'm looking at buying a house, but in Tennessee with lots of dirt. I need many acres. So yes, if that is you, we'll talk. Toad says, also you can keep Taylor away from my name. You can stick with Toad. Sounds good. Paint says, had a possible battery explosion at work. Wow. Where do you work? I hope everyone's okay. Or not, if you don't like your coworkers. I don't judge. I had some coworkers before that could, like, not, they don't need like a maiming, but maybe a good startle, you know? Yeah, speaking of that, in interviews when they ask like, oh, what are your greatest weaknesses or whatever, I'd be like, I don't play well with others, straight up. I love working, I like working hard, but I hate working on the same thing with someone else. I'm like, literally, just give me the whole project. I can collaborate. My ideal teamwork is like, if we're like, it's like a big puzzle, right? Everyone comes and makes their puzzle piece and they all fit together and we talk about it and that's cool. But most jobs I've had is like, everyone's holding the same puzzle piece and arguing about where it goes on the puzzle. Drives me crazy. Work in IT, computer battery. Interesting. Yeah. Hope everyone's okay. I'm making a carrot. Oh, I should turn on radial symmetry. I forgot. I'm going to do mirror and weld on my X and Z axis to fix that thing that I forgot. There we go. How funny, Matt, that we both worked on carrots today. And then the next thing that I'm going to do is create that leafy sprout part. To do that, I'll grab my curved tube brush and just draw. And then from here, I'll go to ZBrush half. Let's go ahead and inflate it a bunch and then polish by features. I don't know what carrot leaves look like. I should probably look that up. I'm making it like a leaf. What do carrots look like? Why don't I know what literally anything looks like? Carrot. I'm gonna put this carrot reference in the chat. Boop. There we go. Remember, references for literally everything. Sater says, Mia, I'm glad you clarified because I was about to give a serious raised eyebrow when you stated that. I don't work well with others. Drives a collaborative art stream. Oh yeah, like, no, I already clarified. It's different. Alrighty. So we're gonna create one of these little stalks and they have little leaves off of them. Obviously, we're not gonna go that detailed because it's just not gonna suit the model. So instead, I'm gonna create the same silhouette. So I'm gonna make these kind of like little petals, essentially. I'm gonna just pinch, inflate, and then ZBrush. So far, I just got work as a babysitter today. Kept asking where things were. Still in testing last time looked at the screen. Ironically, I'm not behind. Work babysitter. Sorry, I gave you broccoli instead of a carrot. That's fine. Working Toad said, I usually have a hard time working with people because I'm usually the only motivated one while the others are dragging their feet. Right? Isn't that exhausting? That drives me crazy. Like, if I don't have like a half mode, I'm either working and doing my best or I'm not doing it. I've heard different versions of this quote, but essentially, like, anything worth half-assing is worth full-assing. Like, just do your best. Just try, care, you know? All right, that is a very exaggerated version, but I think it is going to work. And it's going to paint and print, yes, Maverick, beautifully. And that's all we care about. Oh, my dog is full snoring at this point. If you have good headphones, you're in for a treat because you can definitely hear my dog snore. Alrighty, let's go ahead and use a transpose line to kind of stretch this up. No, we're not gonna do that. We're actually gonna deflate a little bit, stretch again, and now let's kind of create a flow to this. But first, I need to polygroup the whole thing so that way if I need to adjust individual sprigs later, it's not a pain in the butt. I need to make each one of these sprigs slightly different heights and different sizes. Otherwise it won't read as well. I find going with like an iconic like batch of 3 does pretty well. And now let's work more on the actual carrot itself. Stretch this down a touch, and then we're gonna put a little cylinder on top, right here. Click and drag. We're gonna Dynamesh it and scooch it down. That's gonna be kind of like the little cap. There we are. Fill object. And now let's detail the carrot. Yeah, Maverick isn't a burrito today. He unpeeled himself. Wandering Toad said, how do I change my name? Color chat. Oh, the different colors that you were seeing in Discord or in YouTube. In Discord, you could just go up here to rules and roles, and then you can even become a tavern peasant if you like. There's 31 other tavern peasants. You'll also get pinged every day when I stream, so just a heads up. As far as the YouTube chat, that is for YouTube members. I think it's $5 a month, and then you'll also get a mug at the bottom here. So everyone down here supports my channel every month, which is pretty awesome. And then it changes colors every month that you're on here. I think the first month you turn green on my YouTube chat, and then it's blue. Yeah, blue is also a mod, which is kind of confusing. Yeah. Toad says, also a reason I don't do commissions right now, I feel like the time I have makes me feel like I have to rush if I'm being paid to get done in a timely manner. Yeah, that's true. Commissions can definitely feel like a bit of a scramble. I did them a lot early on, and then my personal work really started to take off, so I don't have to do them anymore, and I feel very grateful for that. All right, so to detail this carrot, I'm going to activate symmetry, and specifically radial symmetry. I think it's going to be on the Z-axis, but I can never remember. And then also local. Nope, it's not Z, it's Y. Boop, there you go. And that will allow me to kind of add the bands. I'm going to cut in quite a lot. One, because it makes a fun silhouette, but also because I'm just going to come through and inflate it and touch. All right, creating those bands, also using Alt to really make sure they stand out. Sweet, and then inflate. Polish by features. All right, we have a very exaggerated carrot. Let's go ahead and decimate this down. Decimation master, use and keep poly paint. This doesn't need to be 10,000 points. Let's do 5. Oh, is it different than subbing to the YouTube channel? Oh, I didn't think about that. It costs money. That is confusing that I need to not say that. Oh, that unlocks me in my brain. Yes. So if you subscribe to my channel, like that's a normal subscription thing, but there's a whole other thing. Next to the subscribe, it says join. So if you join as a YouTube member, that's different. That's where like you, pretty much you donate once a month. Here, can I find that button? Here we go. My goodness, what a good question. Seriously, I can't believe I haven't thought about that. So if you come down here where it says join, that's what we're talking about. So that's how you get these badges and the different custom emojis and then the mug on my stream. Oh my goodness, I wonder if anyone's been subbing to the channel like, okay, what? She has more than 5 subs. Like, what? That's what it is. Joining the membership. I will not use the word subscribe for that. That's very, very confusing. My bad. Anyway, but for everyone here, there's 2 levels. The $5 a month gets you a mug on stream. The 25 is quite expensive. 1, I'd super appreciate that. But 2, the big perk here is you actually get to submit a request every month. So right now I'm making this Ratfolk Chef Ranger. You could make your submit your own request for a different character. It could be a D&D character, a monster from fantasy, really anything grimdark or high fantasy. I'm a big fan of. So yes. Are you gonna have little roots? No. Sater said, Mia, I did the same thing. Okay, cool. All right, this carrot came out way fancier than I was expecting, honestly. I kind of love it. That is a fancy carrot, y'all. That will go under items. Carrot. Yeah, Matt, you're onto something. Making carrots is fun. There we go. All right, so we're gonna have some ingredients that are starting to poke out. Yoni said, do we get to print the requested model if we choose the $25 tier? Oh yes, I would definitely share the 3D printable file with you, 100%, 100%. I would not be able to ship you a 3D printed model because it does not collect your address. So that wouldn't be a consistent way. But I would definitely give you the 3D printable model for it, 100%. Toad says, I'm a mobile. Yeah, it might be hidden or somewhere weird. It should be next to the subscribe button. It says join, but I'm here every single day, so don't you worry about that. Did you add your new pouch to assets? Yes, I did. Thank you, Mini Plays. Aloha, if you're still here, I know you're still here. Let's be real. You're probably just actually getting some work done. Good job. I'm starting to fill up this little pouch bandolier idea you had. And honestly, at this point, it feels like I should be paying you for the D20 of Destiny because this is such a fantastic idea. I know that Aubrey is going to go crazy. They're going to love this. All right, I'm going to move the little ear so it's more visible and more friendly, more mouse-like. Yoni says, does the requested model have to be only in the dark fantasy or can go into different art styles? As long as it's something that like I've somewhat done before, like I don't do anything trademarked. So if you ask for like Aaron from Attack on Titan, like I'm not going to do that. I don't do copyrighted characters because one, it's not fun for me just to copy IP outright. And then two, it's something that I need to be able to reuse on my Patreon. But if it's like a pinup model, yeah, I'm fine with that. Like that style I showed earlier, absolutely. Sapphire says, emergency chicken soup ingredients would be cool. Like a chicken leg sticking out. Someone get Monkey. Monkey, this is your time. A turkey leg finally makes sense. Corey says, Mia, are you going to do different veggies in the other pouches? Yes. I don't really want to because it sounds like a lot of work, but I think I have to. I think that it's going to be worth the effort. Also, Aubrey has supported my work for so long. Of all models to half-ass, this is not one of them. I'm going to do my best. Guys, Aubrey supported my work when I wasn't even cool yet. What was it? 72 months? Like, my goodness. That's a long time. All right. This is going to be a potato. I'm going to make it potato shaped. The rat reminds me of him. Oh, a little bit, Robert. I still haven't made a frying pan. Okay, this looks more like a chicken egg than anything else. That's fine. A couple eggs isn't a bad idea. Actually, that might look quite good. Yeah, these being eggs is actually a really cute idea. I was gonna do potatoes, but I guess you can, once it's 3D printed, you can actually paint this however you like. Oh, it kind of reminds me of, what is it from Pokemon? Togepi with the one egg, or no, Togepi is the egg. It'd be Clefairy, the one that actually holds it. But which evolution is it? It's the last one. What's her name? I don't remember. Clefairy is the little one, but not the littlest one. Is it Clefable? This is not important, but I feel like I have to know. Okay. Sater says, Mia, are you implying that you're cool now? I think so. Hey, Wandering Toad became a member of the channel. Thank you. I super appreciate it. We're absolutely going to make you a mug now. Speaking of, what do you want on your mug? I'm thinking a toad. I can just put your name on it. Oh, what if we did for your mug, like it had your name on it, but like poking out of the mug was a toad? Like on the far right here, we have monkey with a banana. So you can tell me like ideas for your mug. I'm happy to add that. But yeah, consider yourself scooped. Aloha always says like have a net and they scoop people up when they come here. But yeah, just to join in and immediately be part of the community that strong. I feel very appreciative. Seriously. Thank you so much. Everybody welcome the Wandering Toad. They wandered on by and they really kind of just stuck right into the community. I like it. Ma'am, wrong evolution line. Chansey, Blissey. Blissey. That doesn't have the egg anymore, I think, though. Or does she still have the egg? Cleffa, Clefairy, Clefable. But you're thinking of Chansey. Thank you. Thank you. Yoni says, should I join chat? You should. You absolutely should. And then you could also have a mug. Also, Ricky prefers when members join at the same time so he can like batch make mugs because then we have to update our bar for all three. And it's easier to do them in batches than one at a time. So for logistical reasons and convenience, but also because community and we love you, Yes. That's very exciting though. Thank you. We're gonna just switch to hearts for a little bit. Also, Nerd 5 to Seder and Tiramisu, I'm not gonna lie, you guys like jumping on that so quickly and so accurately hurts my soul a little bit. Like, I am a huge Pokemon fan, but my brain is just so full right now. 8-year-old me would be ashamed. Genuinely ashamed. It's okay. Ricky, please join at the same time. You'll leave it to our discretion. Sounds good. I am excited to design you a little mug. It's gonna have toad elements for sure. I'm down for a toad. Excellent. I would like for it to have a toad. Yoni says, I low-key want some custom models. Well, it's technically a little bit cheaper to join the $15 tier on Patreon instead, and you do get the same benefit. But then you don't get the badge or any other fancy stuff or a mug. But as far as the custom models goes, yeah, anything within the realm of fantasy, grimdark, but I've also done steampunk, Vikings, Greek mythology, Japanese mythology. You can pretty much request anything. I also do inspired characters. So if you, again, I keep mentioning like Attack on Titan because it's on the brain. I wouldn't like literally remake like Mikasa, but I could make someone with similar gear and an iconic scarf. That kind of thing. Seder said, don't worry, anything after Gen 2 is well out of my wheelhouse. That's probably why I'm kind of loose in my brain right now. Wandering Toad says, hi, Ricky. And Ricky just goes, I am Ricky. Speaking of, yeah, Ricky, that's my husband. So that's why he shows up as a mod. M3DM is myself and Ricky. Between the two of us, we do everything here. It's just a husband and wife duo. Yes, he is Mr. M3DM. This is true. Coffee, fetcher, Mia, feeder. He also does all the poses, 3D printing, pre-supporting, graphics, and general business decisions. Yes, and welcome, welcome. You do chill here a lot on YouTube. This is true. It's up to you. You can always just decide a different day. You're literally here every day. But if you did join the $25 tier, you would be the first person ever to join it. So, just saying. Toad says, oh, excellent. Anything to support fellow artists. Yeah, no kidding. And you were so talented. So, I'm very happy to have you on board. Seriously. You guys are being very distracting. I have to do a thing. Oh, we're actually at the end of Tavern Keeper's Craft anyway, so I can't just hang out. What should go in this last pouch, guys? Should I just do even more carrots? No, I gotta have a third thing. But I don't want to make broccoli. For no real good reason. I like broccoli. I just feel like this last thing in the pouch should be really cool. And a turkey leg that's already cooked seems odd, but not impossible. If you guys have ideas, let me know. Oh, I see for the weapons we have carrot daggers in the lead. That's very fun. That was my idea. I thought of them on the fly, so I feel touched that you guys said that, or that you picked it. What should be the last thing? Turkey leg. Turkey leg. All right, all right, all right. Turkey leg it is. Someone put a reference of a turkey leg in the chat. Gotta give the peasants what they want. Oh, a cabbage bomb. Cheese. A salt shaker. I don't have cheese on here anywhere, but I think a turkey leg would fit quite nicely. All right, I need to grab a cylinder. Here we go. And then it's got like those two little feet. Here is the sphere on top. There we go. And that's gonna be kind of like this dark brown color, maybe a little more on the red, meteor side. Yoni is officially our first legendary member, which means he is now legendary peasant. It's just the truth. I am super excited to see your first request. I plan to have like a post on YouTube, but since you're the first one, and we already have like a DM where I teach you, you can just DM me the character that you want to see me sculpt. Heck yeah. That's awesome. Toad says, it's a pleasure to meet you both today. My wife also does streaming and stuff with me as well. You're joking. I feel like y'all are alternate reality, Ricky and me. Odd. I love that. Well, I want to see your guys' streams. Like, when you stream, please post in our Discord. I want to see it. Or just tell me what your channel is. It's the same. Is it on the account you're commenting on now? I must equally support and stalk you. But yes, welcome to the cult. Very good. Good peasants. Yoni says, okay, I'll think about it. Heck yeah. I'm so excited to work on a request from you. That'd be awesome. Time to get 3D printers running again. Heck yeah. So here's like an easy one. So on my mini factory is where I have all of my different models. I currently have 965 models for sale. So I'm going to put this in the chat, and then Yoni, you can look at this and see all the different styles that I've done and all the different kinds of models I've done. Because anything from a two-headed dragonborn to a sword to a cryptid to Vikings to a war machine, all of this fits within tabletop and is totally valid. But I can also do some very cute women too. Or some spooky women. I'm a big fan of this cursed mermaid. Or a cat. Really, the world's your oyster. So if you need some ideas, you can kind of scroll through this, and then, yeah, I'm really excited to see your requests. This is going to be fun. Heck yeah. I forgot about this Lion Folk Barbarian. Gosh, she's cool. Very cool. RB Gaming says, Nia, well here, we were also a husband-wife duo. We both work for 3D printable figures. I guess I never mentioned that. I didn't know your wife is part of it too. That's so cool. So we officially have like a trifecta now. We have 3 husband-wife duos that we know of. That's amazing. That's amazing. But yeah, today is a very special stream. This model has been a delight. We also got 2 new channel members. That's an absolute delight. Heck yeah, I'm so excited. Oh, speaking of Yoni, what do you want for your mug? Because of course you get a mug now too. If you have anything specific, let me know. Meanwhile, I gotta sculpt a turkey leg. But continue and be merry. So much power in my hands. No kidding. I just made my day. It's been a lively stream. All right, we are doing... Turkey leg is happening, y'all. I love how many references we're getting for turkey legs. Thank you, Mortal Talk. Also, so far. Little feets. Because I need to have that shape as well. There we go. Constructed that in a very specific order because some of y'all are children. Okay. All right, we're gonna do mirror and weld across the Z-axis to make sure all this is fitting the way that it should. Same thing for the actual bone itself. Okay, and then there's a little bit like a difference here. We have some illicit plant lovers. We can work with that. Maybe I'll just fill like your mug with green liquid. No, it's gotta be like green vibes. We'll do something that's green friendly. How's that? And then we have resummon Ron Swanson's mustache, like me. All right. We can get some illicit plant vibes going on in here. Myself and my fellow square. I don't even drink, and there's no religious reason behind that. Your girl just thinks it's gross. I just don't. Just not a fan. Just not a fan. Maybe in our 10 years, we'll see. Oh my goodness. Yes. Okay. I love Monster Hunter. Sorry, taking a brief moment here to celebrate these over-the-top animations. This is the cat cook from Monster Hunter World, the Iceborne expansion. Why did you need to know that? You didn't. But now you get to know that. I freaking love these animations. They're so over the top. I have confetti and hearts. Oh my goodness. Let's calm down for a second. These little cooking animations give me peace. Speaking of, in Monster Hunter Wilds right now, the Cherry Blossom Festival just took off last night. It started at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We also have a channel on my Discord for Monster Hunter to link up and do some hunts. Yoni, I saw you started hunting at like 11:30 my time. We're actually around the same time zone. But I would have hunted with you if it wasn't almost freaking midnight. I freaking love these. Gosh. And yeah, this is that Monster Hunter channel we're talking about. So if any of you guys play that, you are welcome to hang out. We have a Tabberb squad that you're more than welcome to join and do some hunts together. Yoni says, I was thinking of a wild-inspired mod, to be honest. Sater says, his mug is embers and ash instead of smoking, as smoking instead of bubbling. We can do some little fire effects. Okay, a smoking mug. I like it. We can do that. Heck yeah. Very cool. Yeah, a Wilds-inspired model would go so hard. That would be awesome. And you can pretty much just straight up request like Arkveld or Zoshia. Jihad would be a fun one. Or even Zulu. I don't know how you're supposed to say it, but like, I just think of the uwu every time. Anyway. So far says, a palm tree shaped mug thing with bendy straws. They're like the tall ones. I don't know what they're called. Ah. Oh. I know what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. But yeah, doing a Monster Hunter Wilds themed model would be so freaking cool. That would definitely be a multi-day model, and it would be super worth it. That'd be a fun one. You know, it's really smart, Yoni, to be able to be a channel member on YouTube and my mentorship program, because it's pretty much just like you almost paid for an entire like 3-hour multi-topic covered demo. So it's going to really complement that as well. Hey, RB Gaming's also part of the legendary tier. Okay. Wow. That's huge. Guys, I don't have any more confetti effects. Heck yeah. Okay. Thank you. You're also a student. So yeah, you probably were thinking the same thing I was saying right now, where if you request a model, that's going to play out super well and dovetail with the mentorship program that you're already in. I didn't think about that. That's some major synergy. Okay. Well, RB Gaming, your mug right now, it's just a normal mug. It's nice. Maybe we'll do a little fun effect for it now. We'll see. It needs a little upgrade, I think. But yeah, welcome again. Huge welcome again to Wandering Toad and Yoni and RB for now becoming our first legendary peasants. Seriously. Thank you guys. No special requests. Sounds good. You can have a basic tabard. But remember, you can request a model every month now for me to sculpt. Speaking of, it is about time to transition into happy hour. I'm going to merge this down really quick. Take a brief break. This has been very exciting. Your girl needs to kind of like catch her breath. And then I'll be back for a double happy hour. It's going to be an extra long stream today, which I already planned on because just feeling really good. But now it's kind of like a special event. Aloha would be so proud. I don't know why I keep talking about Aloha like they're dead. Aloha's fine. Aloha's in the chat. So I haven't textured the skin on the leg at all, but I will do that before this is complete. Man, it's a good day. Thank you guys for being the best peasants. I literally think about the stream all the time too. Even when I'm not streaming, I'm thinking, what can I do to make that better? It's just like a fun, ever-evolving problem. I don't know, it's the engineer in me. Different ways to like optimize it and stuff. I still haven't figured out how to keep the flow of the stream going when I get donations or members, because I find it very distracting. It's just really exciting. But at some point, I'll be like, oh, hey, that's really cool, and still be able to like get stuff done. It blows my mind every day that I do this for a living, which is funny because I've done this for 6 years now. The effect has just not worn off yet. Aloha is working. I'm not dead, Mia. Empress, sometimes I can still see Aloha's messages. Oh my god, what is that from? What is that from? Like sometimes I swear I can still hear them. Amazing. Fallen, but not forgotten. Everyone put an F in the chat for Aloha. Mini Blaze is actually being sweet. RB Gaming said to Sater, just showing some love. Mia really encouraged me to do something out of my comfort zone. And you absolutely crushed it. That ogre that you're working on is incredible. I mean, almost done at this point. Long stream today? Heck yeah. Oh, hell yeah. We're at 2.5 hours. I'm at least going to go for another hour minimum. Thank you, everyone, for the F in the chat. I love it. Bonus points if you know what that's referencing, because that's old at this point. Ricky would be proud. If Ricky's hanging out, I know he's digging this. I only know that reference because of him. Alright, y'all. It's going to be an extra long stream. It's going to be epic. So as a result, I'm going to go ahead and take a good little 15-10 minute break to refresh mentally, and I'll be back. It is 3:39 at my time, so I'll be back on the next hour. God, I love the F's in the chat. Beautiful. Heck yeah. All right, so wherever you are, whatever time zone you are, if it's not 3 p.m., just at the start of the next hour, at the top of the next hour. I will see you guys soon. Again, thank you guys so much for being here. It's been an iconic stream. It truly has. And I'm not gonna get too sappy. Okay, it's hard not to. I love my job. Okay, I'll see you guys soon. Hey y'all. Welcome back. I see the tailors are all talking, and I agree. Not a dynamic duo, a dueling duo. Though it's technically a trio because the Wandering Toad is also a tailor. So yeah, during break, I took a little extra 10 minutes or so. I ate an entire thing of ramen in my very hungry cup. And I did that because I plan to pretty much stream until I feel tired. So today might be the new longest stream. We'll see. Feel free to kick back, have a good time. If you have to leave, don't worry. It's all video on demand. I'll be back tomorrow. But if you are free the rest of the day, I plan to kind of just hang out. I think it'd be really cool if I could make it past 4 hours. I've never done a stream longer than 4 hours. And if I did, it was like not much longer and it never happens. So yeah, that's the plan for happy hour. Welcome to the club. Sater, you guys are talking about something really important, and I'm going to kind of shine a light on it. Sater mentioned when I didn't get a creative job out of undergrad, I slowly drifted farther and farther away from it. And then the obligations multiply. It's true, it's tough. But you guys and Mia have been slowly rekindling those embers. Yeah, art is super punishing. Because it's one of the only jobs or endeavors that I know of that require you to be like mentally, creatively charged. It's like it's a weird thing. Let's put it this way. I know a lot of SAD engineers, and guess what? They still bring home a $150,000 paycheck a year. I know a lot of SAD artists, and they don't. And money makes a big difference, you know? So it's a very real point, and I really hope as my career continues to take off that I can kind of pick some of you guys up with me, you know? Reaper especially. I saw that you DM'd me. I kind of skimmed over it, but pretty much what you're asking for permission for, yes, permission granted. And wherever you want to post that, whether it's share your art or general, you're more than welcome. I want to start getting your commissions off the ground. So yes. I have a DM from Sater too. Man, I'm popular. Speaking of, it is happy hour. Oh, someone new is here. 280. Free STL. Yes, I share it every single day. Here is a link to that. Today it is a tornado. But every day it changes. So yes. And yeah, I'm going for it. We're having a good time. All my students though, if you guys have any artwork you want me to review, go ahead and DM that to me. I'm really excited to see RVs. Taylor says, Mia is like an innkeeper for ZBrush artists. That's true. Just artists in general, but I love that. Sater says, read mine, it's brief. You don't mind if it's on screen. Or actually it'll be hidden under my face anyway, it doesn't matter. Oh, here we go. Okay, yeah, so there was supposed to be polling assigned for subs. Did that happen, or are you suggesting that to happen? Because it is supposed to happen. 200 point Yoni RB for going legendary, 50 to Toad for sub. Just a thought, but didn't want to put you on the spot. I literally have that programmed into my Streamlabs thing, and it hasn't worked. So if you're suggesting that, that's super funny. We're on the same wavelength. If you are telling me that it did work and you're asking about it, less same brain, but still funny. All right. Cherish the tornado while you can. It traumatizes me. Ray. Mia, running a great art stream. Also Mia, surprised she's popular. Genuinely. I don't think I've been doing this long enough or consistently enough to have even like earned having 20 viewers. I'm super grateful, but like, look, what I do is cool. I get that. But the streamer journey is freaking tough. I was prepared to stream for like 3 months and have like 2 viewers. So the fact that we're like 1000% past that, and I have people donating, and it was just way past my expectations by like a lot. So yes, I'm not saying I'm not proud of the stream that I run. I'm always improving, but I'm prepared for it to be more work, and I'm ready for that. Ah, it has not worked for the pulling. Sounds good. Then we're on the same page. I like it. I will go ahead and do that. Because that is literally what I have programmed. So it's so funny that you picked almost the exact same numbers. So that's for going legendary. And then... bam. Those are all 2 of the members that joined today. Thank you guys so much. All right. I don't know if RB Gaming is here right now, but if you are, I am totally down to review your pose. We can always do it later though, because I'll be here tomorrow. Thank you, Sater. Heck yeah. Yeah, 100 point your first visit is unhinged, but you became a member and you shared fantastic art, so that's a way to get to the top real quick. All right, I want to take a screenshot of this. Actually, let me do a poll. Let me just ask you guys what you want to see. Okay, sweet. RB Gaming is here, so I'll go ahead and review that. All right, I have a poll for what to work on next, which is continuing the Ratfolk, or I can start post-processing the Valkyrie. But in the meantime, we are all going to enjoy looking at RB's work, and this has just been an absolute delight. If you're brand new, I'm gonna give you just 3 stages. This is one of my mentorship students that is already pretty prolific, and they want to make something out of their wheelhouse. This is totally outside what they normally do. They normally work on military stuff, or like figurines, still kind of like tabletop wargaming. And they brought up this fantastic reference. So first, base mesh. Refine those shapes. Kept on working, revisions. Getting some assets put together. And then of late, we finally made the jump from poly paint texturing to a pose. So let's talk about a pose. Super excited. All right, let me have a look at this. So right off the bat, I'm assuming you want a 2 level of criticism. Number 1, really intense. 2 is balanced. And 3, really chill. Just a general nudge. I'm assuming a 2 though. Oh yes, and no feedback from anyone else. This is just for my students. You guys are here to enjoy. You can inspire, but don't criticize. So if you want to be like, oh, this looks really cool, kind of like this, that's fine. Or maybe you like this, that's fine. But don't tell RB what to do. Oh, interesting. I will go ahead and take care of that. Work. 2 for now. Sounds good. So yes, I'm really impressed the way that you pose the hands. Posing hands is really tricky. If that was really challenging and annoying, I would recommend 2 things. 1, polygroup each one of the fingers. It's easier to mask and select. And then 2, I would further recommend actually cutting off this wrist and saving it as a future asset. Genuinely. There it goes. Good. All right. The second thing here is usually with poses, I would encourage a much stronger line of action, which is pretty much, you want to look for like this lazy S curve, and contrapposto is with a fancy name for it. All right, so see right now how you have your shoulders and your hips are pretty stacked on each other. To have a more natural flow, you want it to be a little more like this. Okay? So you can really make it look like he's lumbering. Like he's really like this axe. As of right now, it looks almost too light, you know? You can kind of like sink him in a little bit as if he's really that axe has real weight to it. I will say the casual pose you have here is quite nice though. So this is just a refinement, which I'm sure, yeah, you mentioned you're working towards that anyhow. But pretty much at any time, I would just look at your lines here, draw a line on the shoulders and a line on the hips, and just make sure they're not parallel. You want them to bend. Very, very important. Another way to think of that is just scrunch one side or the other side. Does that make sense? And yeah, it's beautiful work though. There you go. Wandering Toad, perfect. Beautiful work, mate. I love all the detail. It is stunning. I do like that you've offset the feet a bit. And what I really love here is that if I were to drop, they call it like a plumb line. Let's say we have a little dot right here, like your center of mass. This would fall right here. That's where he's weighted right now, okay? He's not out of balance. He doesn't look like he's falling over. He looks very comfortable and relaxed. And I even like the belly is kind of like its own posing mechanism here. If I was you, I would even exaggerate this further. I wouldn't make his belly fatter per se, but I'd take his pelvis and I'd actually push it forward a touch. So he's kind of like, you have a box here and a box here for the hips, right? I would rotate his hips. So if you guys stand up and you kind of like rotate your hips forward and back, you know what I mean? Your entire pelvis can shift. It's like an anterior shift. Go ahead and do that and have the rest of it set up underneath him. But by kind of having him bent like this and kind of like a gimpy like neck, he's gonna look even more relaxed, but kind of like heavy. Because he's so heavy, I don't really mind that the pose looks a bit more on the stiff side with like the shoulders stacking over the hips. So instead, if you want more of that interesting curve of action or line of action, it would actually be from the side view, which is kind of interesting. Let me know if you have any questions for that, and I'm happy to reword or anything like that. If I was you, I would actually recommend keeping this pose as is. Keep this, save this, it's done. This is a perfect casual pose. Then continue to work on it and push all these features like I've talked about, and there you go. You have two poses. Even better, when you make the second more exaggerated pose, mirror the whole character, and that really makes it more tabletop friendly. By mirroring it, it's gonna look like a whole new model, honestly, and it's gonna give more variation for an encounter, someone to use multiple ogres, for example, or orcs. That's what I do, kind of like a fun cheat. I'm really, really pleased with this. I didn't give you any feedback on the weapon itself. I do have ideas of how you can improve that, but that's more nitpicking. The real meat and potatoes of this character is the actual character itself, so I'm not too concerned about it. Yeah, like more like a forward hip thrust tilt. Exactly. That would be really cool. I agree. Awesome. I'm glad that kind of gave you some good direction. Very fun. I absolutely love reviewing student work, but even more so, you've made so much incredible progress. Everyone, yeah, send some love to RB. Seriously. Good work. This is an immense amount of work. And it hasn't even been that long. You started it this month? Oh my goodness. This is only 20 days of work. It's incredible. Yeah, 2 birds, 1 stone. Yeah, I guess I'm get 2 poses out of that. Awesome. Any other students that are lingering in the chat, I'm going to be here for a while. Our happy hour is going to be like a quadruple happy hour. I'm going to see if I can get my stream past 4 hours for the first time. RB says, Mia, sure, I'll work on the feedback. And yes, weapon's kind of boring. I'll make it more interesting. Sounds good. I knew that was kind of like a secondary thing. I appreciate everyone sending little hearts for RB. Very good. And because it's a special stream, I'm going to adjust the heist odds a touch. I'm actually going to put it in your favor. I won't say by how much. And I'm going to increase the payout by an additional 20%. So, be merry, peasants. Your heisting should be more successful. Maniac says, question, do you eyeball the base thickness? Not really. It's kind of like a known formula. I believe it's 3 millimeters. I literally just like bought some WizKids minis, looked at them, measured them, like that looks about right. So you'll notice that the base on this critter, how do I hold this? So many tentacles. That's a weird quote. Okay. And the base on this mini, they're pretty much the same. So just whenever you make a larger base, don't make the thickness greater, unless it's like a diorama piece. Notice that these are pretty much the same height still. They're just different diameters. I think it's 3 millimeters. If you want to know the exact number, I can definitely measure and tell you. Ooh, RVs already decided what they're working on next. Very good. Yeah, so RB works on that model during my streams, which I think is like a brilliant kind of like creative synergy. Speaking of everyone new and kind of hanging out, on the weekends, I still stream pretty much the same time, noon or 1 p.m. Eastern time, except it's a silent stream. And it's really designed for all of my creatives to come together, listen to some fantasy music, watch me work, but there's no talking. You guys can talk among yourselves if you want in the chat, but I don't talk. It's no mic. We just hang out, listen to music, and we all work side by side. It's a really good time. All right, you guys voted in the poll in the meantime. Thank you, thank you. We are a 3-way tie. Oh my God. This is what I'm talking. I don't know how you guys always do this. I know 12 votes is decent too. Like, my goodness. This happens so much. I can't do anything with this. Can someone vote? Thank you. Peasant hive mind. And we distract Mia. Yes. Thank you, Satyr, for pinging the cozy description. I forget I have that. I'm waiting on people to vote in this poll, so it's different. I mean, I guess I could just decide. It is my stream. Stretch my shoulders out here. There we go. Satyr said fine. Switch me from other to Valkyrie. And we just got another vote for Valkyrie, which is perfect. Good. Toad said, yeah, I had a hard time keeping my bases flat when I first started printing. Yeah. I love this model. RV said, Mia, to be honest, when I picked that figure, I was not confident that I could do that or not. But your stream and your work really pushed me to do it, and now I feel very confident. That is exactly what I want to hear. That's just beautiful. You know, sometimes failing a project can be even better. It kind of takes the pressure off. I like going into projects sometimes being like, hey, it might work out the first time, it might not when it's brand new. But I'm really glad that you had that initial success and you have the confidence for it now. That's beautiful. All right, so what we're doing now is we're post-processing Valkyrie. This is a Grim Reaper Valkyrie infusion. Can I have some band gambling points, please? Did you not have any? Oh, you probably risked it all, didn't you? Bam. Okay, so what we're doing here is cleaning up the pose. At a glance, it looks really good, but when you get kind of careful with it, you'll notice the wings aren't even attached and there's all kinds of problems. So we're gonna get all this buttoned up as we hang out. But this is happy hour. This is really a time for my peasants. So if you guys have questions, please ask. We're not in like super focused work mode anymore. That was for the Tavern Keeper's Craft and that time has passed. Aloha says, Mia, my ZBrush gizmo is being weird with the mirror and weld. What is the button you use to bring back everything to the center again to reset? So click on W, brings up your 3D gizmo. This little, so if it's over here being dumb, click on this little like location, oh my god, it's hidden. Ugh. This little location marker, and it will go back to the center of the model. Just like that. Meanwhile, I need to figure out what, I have this weird clipping error happening right now, and I believe it's because there's a mask. Yeah. That's what I thought. I know this looks really insane. Students, look away. This is not how you do this. This is the small mistake that I made that I'm now fixing. It's mostly inconsequential. Gonna do a little bit of patchwork here. Everything is going to get merged down and then remeshed, so I'm not concerned about it. There we go. There we go. Any weird funniness I had there was fine. I just want to make sure it wasn't just totally hollow all the way through. There we go. I can't unsee it. My eyes. I told you, students, look away. Aloha says, Mia, it says the issue is the floor grid EV or elevation slider is not set to 0 whenever I try to use mirror and weld. You're using a mirror and weld within the 3D gizmo? I have questions. Is that in here? Here's the gizmo. I even see mirror and weld in here. You have a brand new issue I have not seen before. Congratulations, this is new. You can always just save your project and reopen it. That works sometimes. All right, RB is trying to duel me. I might have missed it. Let's see if that works. Ray, did you not get your point like you were supposed to? I can see the future. I lost. I might have accepted it too late. I have to accept within 2 minutes. All right, let's go back into our Discord. Very good. Excellent. Alrighty. And we're off and we're working. So pretty much I'm just going through here and I'm grabbing any subtools that are not where they're supposed to be. So our fingernails are, for example, floating way above our head. That's not right. Oh, the sun's coming out. That's one of the things that's been nice about getting a better camera for my streams, because like when the sun comes out, it doesn't just ruin my entire lighting setup. My camera can actually handle it. All right, RB is trying to duel me. I grabbed it this time. Aloha said, okay, I fixed it. The stupid floor in ZBrush wasn't set to 0. It was hovering, causing issues. Interesting. I'm glad you fixed it. I'm sorry I wasn't able to help. I didn't even realize that you... How did you move the floor in the first place? Good question. I actually won the duel, guys. That never happens. Very good. I think I'm way in first now. Oh yeah, 2,408 points. Very good. So I'm going to get these claws mostly lined up, and then I'm going to save myself a lot of heartache in fine-tuning by simply using Move Topological. I want to get at least one of them positioned correctly though. There we go, that's good enough. Now I can grab Move Topological, Auto Groups, and I can just click and drag. They're mostly going to wrap around the staff. And I'm not even sure if I want them to be here. It's how I originally designed the character, but I wanted to have the option to see if I liked it. There we go. Yeah, I think it looks cool. I like it. What happened to the heist? It's heisting. And you lost. So you don't rush it, Yoni. That timing was unfortunate. Ray, did you get double awarded point? Because if you did, I'm going to have to tax you. Royalty tax. I don't mind giving Ray point because they just gamble it away immediately. Just in case anyone's like, hey, I'm not getting that. I'm like, that's because you keep it. Right, says, Mia, what? I don't know what you're on about. Wandering Toad said, I'm going to be so stoked if I can make one model and pose it multiple times. That is the way. So as of now, I use a combination of ZBrush and Character Creator 4. But it's totally a thing. Here's my second pose. That is the beauty of sculpting and symmetry. One of the benefits, anyway. Many benefits. RB says, Mia, if you give me 1,000, I will gamble it right away. I never go home with anything, so I can sleep without worry of it being stolen. 1,000's pretty rich. 100 or nothing. And yeah, Character Creator does have a 30-day trial. I forgot about that. Go nuts. Go get it. It's super, super worth it. But it's also definitely going to go on sale at least once this year, so you can also just wait. Toad, we can gamble? Yes. People duel each other, and then they also do these heists. There is a straight up gamble feature, but I have not enabled that yet. Sater says, Mia, I'm sure you've answered this, but why do you not use Transpose Master to pose? I do, when it's for a single pose. I've done that a few times on stream. It used to be the only way that I posed, but if you're going to do multiple poses, it's worth taking the time to rig it correctly once, for example, like in Blender or Character Creator, and then you can iterate many poses quickly. But if it's just one pose, yeah, no, I still do it in ZBrush with Transpose Master. In fact, that's how I pose most of my creatures. Ray says, I think she's on about the slot machines. No, slot machine is another module I could enable, but I haven't yet. Those are separate. Same, but different. So right now I'm just taking my time looking at anything that's a problem. For example, ain't no way that's gonna print. And if it does, it's gonna be so fragile that I don't wanna deal with it. I have to be able to pick up my minis and not break them. So I'm using Move and Backface Mask to add a substantial amount of material. Ray says, Mia, I gotta pay attention next time you use the Transpose tool. Are you talking about the Transpose tool like this, the Transpose line? Or are you talking about Transpose Master? They're different. Oh wow, 100. Toad is immediately risking it all. I love it. Oh my god, and Toad doubled, got 120% up payout. That's how you do it. Wow. Transpose Master, gotcha. RB says, Mia, question. Not sure if I buy Character Creator 4 now and get an update for Character Creator 5, if anyone knows that. I don't know if there's a free update, and I don't really know what new features they're even planning on for Character Creator 5. To be honest, I have not Googled it. I'm also not super interested in updates for Character Creator 4. What I have works, and I'm fine with that. With a lot of 3D features, I feel like they're always like, oh, this new, flashy, new update. And I'm like, what I got works. I don't really need anything else. This model is so freaking cool, man. So here's a good moment where I can move the wings however I want, but if I go ahead and slide the wings behind her boot here, instead of, obviously I don't want them clipping, it's also gonna make the model a bit stronger. Whenever I can layer things up like this, I do, especially if it's not gonna muddy up the silhouette. Oh wow, you guys are now tied. I like it. So right now I'm going to take care of these chains. They're kind of all over the place. They're fun, but they're not so fun that they deserve to be such a fragile mesh. So the first thing I'm doing is inflating the chains quite a lot. And the next thing I'm going to do is make sure they're laid down pretty much flat onto the wing. Because that would not be fun to pre-support, and it'd be entirely unnecessary too. I don't mind having more fragile elements on my models, but only if it really, really needs or deserves it. 9 times out of 10, it doesn't. It's just an annoying thing to print, and it doesn't make the model cooler. Toad says, I've been avoiding doing computer work at all costs, trying to do it on iPad because I'm super mobile. Yeah, it's a good way to be too. And Briss says, Mia, I'm stuck. How did you/did get over the mental hump of doing anything? Beyond being intimidated by ZBrush, I find myself just looking, not a motivation issue, but like, oh God. Yes, that is called like blank page syndrome. Essentially what I do is I just committed to opening ZBrush every day. That's it. That's it. That is one of the first assignments I give my students. Literally just open the program every day. If it takes you 2 weeks to actually sculpt anything, that's fine. That is a-okay. But just do it every day and set that as your expectation, and it's going to help a lot. The fact that you're feeling intimidated is because you already feel this pressure of doing. So open ZBrush. If you want to go a step farther, click on comma for lightbox, and then click on this dog. First of all, dogs are cool. This is your support animal, Empress, okay? And if you're feeling really, really bold, click on B for brush palette, look around, click on any brush. It doesn't matter. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. Just click on a brush and then start maybe doing stuff. And if you're like, nope, I'm overwhelmed, close it. Rinse and repeat tomorrow, and eventually you'll get over it. It really can be that simple. Yep. You have to imagine like you're back to being like 5 years old again, you know? Maybe it depends how good of a kid you were. If you were a brat at 5, maybe 7. Imagine you are a young child. Anyway, but like you're just gonna play. Does that make sense? Let yourself experiment. And then tomorrow or the next day, I will make sure I have that vampire heist written for you guys. Yeah, if you can start with a not insane brush, that would be good. That's good advice, Sater. I would recommend maybe like the move brush standard. Pretty much anything I have docked on my UI right here is a good starting point. Except for ZModeler, don't pick that. Don't pick that. Paint has 56 pulling. Ray says, Mia, how often do you make your own IMM brushes? I find it's kind of cool to make them. Literally never. I never do that. It is cool. I just don't do it. Mini Blaze says, explain how to move in Move Brush. That messed up with me for a while until you showed me. So you know how to do it, or you just want like a little demo again? What is the question? RB says, Mia, my son is 10 and he plays with spheres every day for like 10 to 15 minutes. That's perfect. That's perfect. Be RB's son. Wow. Yoni is risking 100 poing. Jeez. All right, good luck. A lot of great questions. Feel free, keep asking for sure. And I don't mind repeating answers either. So if I answered something and you missed it, or if you just didn't understand it, ask again. I'm not going to be like, oh my god, that answer, I already talked about that. Which is hilarious, because like in real life, I hate repeating myself. But in the context of teaching, infinite patience, no problem. In real life, kind of a jerk. You can ask my husband. I am getting better. We'll know very soon if Ricky is lurking in the stream or not, because if he is, he's going to comment on that for sure. And Frizz says, yeah, I'm going to have to convince my other half for sure to let me try just 1 month of Mia. And yeah, I won't say that unless it's mini blaze. It's true. It's true. Well, I'm going to be teaching for a long time, Empress, so no rush. And it does sound really funny out of context. That's probably worth a Tabber quote. Yeah, so much of my like teaching program is, oh, see, okay, sorry. Okay, first thought at a time. 1, big part of my teaching program is really just getting my students so unfocused and unbothered about creating good art. The more you zero on and like, I need to make a masterpiece, the more you suck. It's just the way of things. I don't make the rules. It's just true. And then the other thing I wanted to say was, see how like this chain kind of comes off here? It's unsupported, so it's really fragile. But on this side, I went ahead and made it like part of the wing. That doesn't look good, actually. So that is an example where even though it is fragile and kind of a pain, it makes the silhouette look so much cooler that it is worth it. Also, I don't know why I'm doing the same wing twice. That's super silly. What I should do is just make one wing correct in the way that I want it and then mirror it. Don't do the same bit of work twice, especially when it's quite literally the same thing. Yep, Ricky is here. Oh, she's awful to me, guys. I'm gonna mute you in the chat. Oh my god. Rip, Yoni. No. Ricky says, I offered her a second coffee and she turned it down. There's not much I can do there. I'd take a second coffee at this point. It's 4 in the afternoon. I'm ready for a second coffee. Yoni, Mia, please, a small heist loan of 100 points so I can heist it away. You have a problem, Yoni. I'm gonna give you 1. You can heist a single point. Everyone stop spamming hearts for Ricky. He's fine. Unless that is Ricky. Watch. I'm gonna be like big and famous one day, guys. And I'm gonna have one of those like YouTube drama videos about me. It's like, Mia abuses her husband. And they're gonna find this freaking stream from like 20 years ago and be like, look how she talks to him. Oh my gosh. I love those stupid like YouTube drama videos, but I don't believe them for a second. Yoni did heist that single point. That's hysterical. RB says, wait, I still have 2? Yes, because as you were watching and chatting, you earn more. Hearts for Ricky. Oh my god. Look at you guys go. Peasants. Oh, you guys are silly. It's been nice having you in the chat again, Corey. I know you've been busy. You mentioned that you and your boyfriend are doing like an art critique, like a local art critique. I'd love to know more about that. All right, I think this looks good. I'm really working on this super slow, but it's relaxing. Every now and then it feels good to be inefficient. Empress says, if Mia does a full month of streaming at some point, we should convince her to dye her hair fire truck red. I've been red before. I look good as a redhead, but I like having just my natural color for now. Fire truck red. Goodness. Mia looks too soft to be fire truck red. You know, that's a very polite way of saying way too pale, but you were correct. You were very correct. This is me tan, y'all. Like, I'm so not kidding. This is of the darker I have been. So right now I'm just kind of checking on this veil, making sure it is thick enough for 3D printing. It's fine. It's kind of pushing it. It's a little blobbier than I want it to be. So let's go ahead and crisp up these folds by using my standard brush. There we go. And we're 10 minutes away from hitting a 4-hour stream. How about that? M3DM said, or M3DM said, that's me. Ray says, nah, it feels great. It's the gentle vibes. You know, I love that you guys say that, and it does surprise me, because I frequently growing up was described as intense. That came across a lot. I think it's the eye contact. Like if we were in person, like I don't break eye contact. I look into your soul. I've always been like that. Sater said, yeah, I guess your heritage as Irish for sure. Or German. Very German. Not Irish. Ricky's pretty Irish though. Speaking of, this is just a small thing I'm going to drop in here as a weird Mia bit of lore that you guys did not need to know, and I'm not going to tell you the full story. But the whole German joke being like, oh, haha, it makes you a Nazi. Yeah, you don't have to go very far back in my family for that to be legitimately true. So that is, a lot of my family and heritage comes from Benson, Germany. I don't know where the T came from. We think it's an immigration, like typo. But yeah, Benson, Germany is a thing. My last name is Benzine. Very German. Very German. My immediate living family, not a Nazi. Love everyone. Not a Nazi. Yeah, okay, we're moving on. But it is funny. It's funny because it's terrible. Yeah, okay. Corey said, Mia, how many days are you up to in a row now? This is my 6th or 7th? Yeah, I think so. This is my 6th. 6th day in a row. Ray says, Mia, you give like mum of the friend group vibes in the best way. Yeah, for sure. I was definitely the don't do dumb shit kind of friend. I hosted the parties and stuff. Yeah, definitely. But not actually motherly. Just I definitely keep an eye on things though. Zader said, I feel that. I've been told I have very judgy eyes. That's really funny. Right. Whoa, that was lore I did not expect. It is spicy lore. It is. It is. Yeah, lost World War II, and it was like, oh, we need to go to America and be bad over there. But that didn't last very long. Let's put it this way. My great-great-grandpa's name is Adolf. I'm not joking. Obviously, he's dead, so it was Adolf. Yep. Whoa. He was a plumber. So we actually have a toilet paper holder roll that's Adolf Benzine inscribed on the back, because, again, that was his name, and he was a plumber. Yeah. Toad said, I don't break eye contact either. People find it intimidating. We would all get along. We would all get along. At some point, I'm going to do some sort of like meet and greet at a con. It'll be great. We'll just get lunch. It'll be fun. We're all going to hang out. There'll be a peasant reunion at some point. Ricky said, now we need World War II themed heist. Is that too much? Yes, that's too much. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's chaotic. That is so chaotic. We're going to start with vampires tomorrow, and we'll see if we circle back to that. Lol. Oh my goodness. Banned. Too close to modern political. That's fair. No, I agree. That's breaking my own rules. Really funny though, and felt relevant. And just to be extra clear, like my family is fantastic. There was just not a great era there for a little bit that was in the not distant future. Past future. Oh boy. Chaotic. Cowboy themed. I like that. There we go. That's more up my alley. I fancy myself a bit of a cowgirl. All right, what is clipping here? Like, what is this? I obviously didn't decide then either because it's totally undetailed. So we're gonna just delete it, I think. Yeah, let's keep those deltoids out, even if they're in the wrong position. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is definitely going into the tab or blur. Corey says, I'm more Romanian than anything else in terms of lineage. That is interesting. Oh, a Monster Hunter thing would be fun too, like going out on a hunt. I love that. I know Yoni's gonna like that too. Yeah, Yoni, you're having a hard time. You're not winning anything in those heists. Look, I figured you guys would do the heist for like 2 streams at the most. Ricky mentions, I feel like I gotta come in and say Mia has one of the most loving families I've ever had the pleasure of meeting. They're all amazing. And now it's your family too. Yeah, no, Ricky has not had to deal with like the terrible in-laws by any means. My family loves Ricky. Oh my god, Sater. Sater said, Mia, on the upside, you don't have to worry about the spousal abuse being the thing that shows up from this stream anymore. You're right. I really was like, what is a ridiculous thing that I can overshare right now? This is true. I mean, the fact that I'm comfortable sharing it tells you how, I'm going to drop this topic. We're going to focus on this Valkyrie Reaper. My hair's been tied back long enough that I am comfortable with the fluff again. It just needs to be contained every now and then. I think it would surprise you guys how much gel I put in my hair while it's wet. And it still comes out this fluffy. I was meant for like the 80s, I swear. That's why I can't blow dry my hair. Alright, I've decided that this skirt is going to be a fabric material, so I'm going to go ahead and start detailing this cloth to look as such. All of this is done just with a standard brush, but I am adding and removing material. If you're curious on like how I know where to add material and where not to add material, I'm pretty much alternating kind of like a pleated skirt, and then here we go. Just thinking about the direction of the fabric as well. Awesome. That'll be a nice bit of texture to paint once that's all printed. Ray says, why don't you try like cream instead of gel for the hair? It doesn't do anything. My hair mocks cream 100%. As a fellow curly haired person, oh no, it just thinks it's funny. It's like I put nothing in it. It's like contained. No, that was a suggestion. Because this is America. Trying to separate curls. There we go. And again, I know how to do my hair except when it starts raining every year. Every year spring comes around and I'm like, how did I do this last year? Every other season is fine, but I have a hard time in spring. Even though it happens every year. Hello, I put Mia's PR team in the other room, Ricky, watching her randomly drop literal Hitler floor for no reason. I don't know, we talked about lineage briefly and being pale. But it's okay. My family's great. Just don't go back too far. But we're better now. And that is hilarious. Just like... Ray says, "Rip, I found some go-to products that work for me, thank God." Yeah, I am still working on that. It is a ways to go. Still working on that. I love seeing Toad do heist as well. One of us. You know, it's crazy, but like, it was just a couple months ago where there was none of this. There was no like bar, no heist, no Streamlab bot, none of this. Like, there wasn't even structures, like to what time, what was happening. Pretty cool. Hey, Yoni won something. No. One of us. One of us. Yeah, I would like to describe my community as aggressively welcoming. It's a weird flex, but it's a good one. I need to stop fussing with this. It's not looking any different. I'm just vibing. Sater says, "Do I get pulling for suggesting the bot?" Was that your idea? Because you were a huge part of all of this too. If that was your idea, then yeah. I guess you wouldn't have said that for no reason. I don't remember that. But I do at the same time. That checks out. Empress says, "I remember when I first found this stream, I didn't peek in. I was very cautious about entering because I can't trust everyone. It's not a bad way to do. Glad I caught the live one day." Me too. And you really just, again, fit right in. I use that phrase a lot and like on purpose because I've noticed like there's not much of a warm-up period. Like, I don't know. Those that are gonna like hang out and fit in, I don't have to worry about them being rude or off kilter. There's no bad first impressions because it's just like, you're either a dork and you fit in or you don't. Are you peasant material or not? Alo says, whoa. If we're getting to pulling for stream suggestions, then I need a huge amount of generational wealth. You're already a Taverb god. What more do you need, Aloha? Oh my goodness, look at you guys go. Look at all of these begging peasants. No. The pulling has dried up. Nope. Toad said, "Wait, did you say Ricky does art too?" Yes, he does all the posing, graphics, and he doesn't do any sculpting, if that's what you're asking. But yes, art of different forms, absolutely. Whoop, let's duplicate this and mirror. Awesome. Looking good. Yoni says, "I remember them making money through ZBrush videos, and that's how I found your stream. I always just lurked though till I found out you had M3DM Learn." Oh, no kidding. Right. Mia, you have 2 grand in point. You can spare a bit. I cannot. Alo says, "Excuse me, Ricky does do sculpting." Oh, that's true. It's 5-minute takeover. Yes, we do allow Ricky to sculpt every now and then. It is definitely not a joke and definitely highly productive. All right, this is done. I will save this now. Yeah, you came up with the dwarf's swirl and the inscriptions. Ricky, I do the boring grunt work. Who has the tiniest violin? Here, I do the boring grunt work. Mia yells at me first thing in the morning. After about 10 minutes of crying, I get to work. This is accurate. Needless to say, in the relationship, Ricky is definitely the funny one. That's what I was telling you guys, where I'm like, this is so fun. Like, I love that you guys think that I'm funny and like you laugh at things that I say, because I'm like, Ricky is like violently funny. Like every friend group we're in, Ricky is like the jokester. No crumbs, y'all. there's no crumbs to be had. And yeah, when I gift point, it doesn't come up my total, but I can start doing that. I can give points instead of just spawning them from the abyss. I didn't think about that. Oh my god, the wandering toad. So also, I'd like to point out that I haven't asked for any poing. Insert smug toad siphon copy emote. Hearts for Ricky. Look at you guys go. Oh my god. Sater says, hey, I've always assumed Ricky was the extrovert of the couple. This is true. This is very true. Hey, Taka's here. I don't know if you just tuned in or if you've been here and I'm blind, but hey, welcome in. So we have the Pirate Heist, Space, and Necromancers. I'm gonna do a vampire write-up for y'all tonight or tomorrow. Currently, my favorite is the Necromancer one, I think. I'm curious if y'all have a favorite. But not enough to actually like make a poll. Sater said, the wandering toad, I'll beg. And she makes me work for it. Other people ask and get hundreds. I ask and get like 1 to 10. Yeah, because you'll probably actually keep it. Like if I give it to like Yoni or RB, and Ray, oh my god, they immediately like risk all of it and lose all of it. Taka says, I'm playing games with friends, so just lurking. Well, awesome. And Ray says, yes, Necromancer was one of the best. Wasn't that your suggestion though? So that makes sense. Just lingual. I was born to be a pirate. All right, so I went ahead and got these wings looking the way I wanted them to. So, oh my goodness, they're individual pieces, the chains. That was a mistake. Anyway, what I was going to do is remove these wings and put them on the other pose version. But I cannot grab these chains individually because that'd be a huge pain. So we'll just do a little mask lasso. No harm done. And then merge down. I think there's an additional section I created to bridge this gap, so I need to go in there and grab that. There it is. Perfect. All right, let's merge that down, duplicate this whole wing, and then I can pin that on our second pose. Excellent. So for a moment here, she will be wingless. Wingless. Maidenless. RV says, Mia, now I take your leave. It's 1:39, so get some rest. Have a great stream, guys. Enjoy. Thank you all. Thank you as well for so many things. But sleep well, seriously. Reaper says, Mia, if you give me enough to equal 300, I will immediately spend it. Oh, you want to do a dice roll, huh? Well, I don't want you to have to spend it now because the stream is going to end soon. Speaking of, we're on last call. Oh, look, big face. Hello. Yeah, stream is ending soon, for sure. Paint, no harm done. Proceeds to rip the wing off of a Grim Angel. No harm done. Yeah, Reaper, how close are you to a dice roll? I can make that happen for tomorrow's stream. I'll have to do a day where a lot of the regular peasants get spoiled as well. Sweet, that was looking really good. Empress says, it's amazing we get so much done. I agree. Reaper says, doesn't mean I can't spend it tomorrow. That's true. Let me see. Oh, Ray's trying to duel me. Sure. Taylor, you're okay, you're more than halfway there. I can give you some pity, Poing. You're gonna get a small buff. Just single. May I have Poing inflation? What do you want it for? This is like a really backwards, like Shark Tank. Oh, everyone trying to duel. Sure, why not? Oh, look, paint one. No way. I did not win duels. I did not win anything. I won like my first duel, I think like today. So I feel you, Reaper. I get it. Wow, look at you guys go. I am popular right now. I'll do a few. Ah, just single. I want it for the ultimate heist. We'll see. Tara says, what if becoming a regular does the spoilage trickle down? First win was yesterday. That's right. That's right. I need more than 600. Oh, absolutely not. Be a good peasant and you'll be spoiled. It's true. It's true. As far as what a good peasant means is pretty subjective, but don't worry about it. Wow, for a measly 5 point, I'm surprised. And yes, no, Ray will go down in a Taverb history. I don't know if everyone's here for that, but we made a Taverb pet for Ray yesterday. Speaking of, I'm tired. I'm ready to move on, look at something different. So let me show you guys our Taverb pets. Taverb pet. I'm really happy with these. I like how consistent they look. That's like my big thing. Like stylistically, there's a lot of commonality. If anything, I would actually adjust Moo a little bit to be a little more squished, but pretty good. Pretty good. Oh my god, Reaper. Mia, our beautiful, merciful queen, whose skill is unmatched in 3D modeling. Yeah, laying it on a little too thick. I like the attempt. The attempt at flattery. This is like, I feel like a DM. You get one. Ray says, Mia, you're tired because you haven't made a Taverb pet today. You guys are just trying to get me to stream all day. Ron Swanson's mustache, that's so cute. Wow. Thank you. These have been a lot of fun. And if this is your guys' first time seeing them, there's a very important detail. Some might appreciate it, some might not. They all have little booties. Every single one of them, even the tree. It's just a dumb little thing. It started off with Moo. This was actually requested by Aloha, technically. It was a D20 roll to make like, I think it was like a friend for the model. And they were like, oh, I want a mushroom, but I want it to be like sentient and with a butt. So that's kind of where these came up. Man, the bee is really cute. This one came out really good too. But yes, they're all adorable. They're not finished, hence why they're so low poly. But all these will be available at some point, somewhere, for 3D printing. And I'll probably sell 3D prints of them too. Haven't finished my website yet, but when that's finished, or the new website, I'll have them up there. Just Single said, Mia, what would a skill check command look like? I'm not sure. For me to like sculpt stuff on the spot, or? That's a good question. Ricky, $10 donation for another hour. I am tired. I am happy to go past 4 hours. Haha, 420 almost. Anyway, it's Fortnite 14. I thought it was 419. Yoni says, Mia, I have a question since you're here. So for the request small, does it have to be in mini form? What do you mean? Because technically, the file that you sculpt for this can be scaled out to be whatever you want. So yes, I will make it 3D printable, whatever you request, but it doesn't have to be this big. Like, for example, this is still considered a mini, even though it's like gigantic. This is like the only time I've showed you guys my stuff, not on the tiny camera. I'm learning. It's more in focus over here. But yeah. So you could request me like this. I do monsters. Did that answer your question? Just Single said, Mia, no, so we can start playing D&D in the stream. That would be fun. Aloha said, Mia, if I roll a nat 20 right now, can I get a godlike reward? Fine. The odds are so low of this. I'm fine with problems. All right, we're going for a problem. You guys ready? There's, what is it, 5% chance to be a nat 20? I'm not concerned. Bam, it's a 3. You get nothing. Good try. Corey says, Mia, I feel like I remember when you're making that bone dragon. It was recent, yeah. Like 6 months ago, but like recent in the grand scale of things. Skill check, survival. Paint says, Mia, I see the polygons. When you print them, how do they become smooth? So that's because I add more. So in this case, there are this many polys. If I hold down Shift F, you can see this polygon here. Big shape, big shape. And then by moving them, I can change the shape. If I were to try to sculpt on this, not much would happen. Like I'm using my standard brush, but you can barely see any changes happening because there's not enough resolution. So by holding Command D, I'm going to take this from 243 points to 1,000, 3,400. So less resolution, more resolution. So that's why when it's 3D printed, it looks a lot smoother because I make sure to add more resolution. And as a result, now I use my standard brush, it actually works the way that it's supposed to. Good question. I just keep stuff really low poly on stream because it's the best way to construct things. That's a fantastic question though. Ray says, Mia, you gotta host an art challenge for points. If submission hits a certain criteria, they get poing. Great suggestion. We are designing that in the Discord right now. If you go to the project references and type in Inktober equivalent, whoop, right here, it's somewhere on here. Why is it not showing up? It's literally a thing. But anyway, it's in our project references here, and we are starting to put together, here we go, I found it. Bam, right here. Inktober equivalent. We are putting together some sort of event that we can all do together. So yes, poing will be a reward. Good suggestions though. Paint says, oh, that makes sense. Thank you. Lots of love, heading out. Sounds good. Have a great day. Steamwork says, damn, you're still alive. You go, girl. Thank you. I have never gone past, or not often, 4 hours, so this is a fun one. We had a very productive stream, and a couple members that joined that was new. I think we got 3. Well, technically 2 new and then an upgrade. So 3. But it's very exciting. So I'm like, you know what? I took an extra long break to eat an entire bowl of ramen, so I'm feeling good. Ray says, oh, is it the thing that Empress Tiramisu is doing? I think it's actually started by Dragon, but I believe that they contributed as well. Yes. Well, this has been a delight. I've been really enjoying hanging out with you guys. I'll be back again mañana. And if you haven't already, you're more than welcome to join our Discord. And that's really the only plug at the end here. Ray says, Mia, if you were a Tavern pet, what would you be? A black cat, 100%. Definitely more of a cat person. I like all animals, but like my personality and essence, definitely a cat. Probably a black cat. Sater says, Pirate Software streams for 12 hours every stream, 5 days a week. Damn. See, that's impressive. That is some like major hard work. That's why like I feel super honored to even have like 20 people hanging out here, because I've just started. I really don't stream for that long, but I do stream every day, so I'm getting in that habit. Sater says, not that I'm mentioning that. I'm not suggesting or condoning it. Oh no, I didn't feel pressured, because it's crazy. But I don't even think a 4-hour stream is that crazy. Or you said 12? I don't want to do that. Yeah, that is crazy. I think like at some point, I think I would like to stream for 5 hours Monday through Friday, and then the silent streams or whatever they are. But I want to work up to that in like a healthy, sustainable way, because I know if I burn out on y'all, we will all be sad, and we can't have that, can we? Sustainable habits. Sustainable habits. Yoni is pitching for one final heist. Yeah, go ahead and do that, Yoni, and then I'll join it too. Toad says, thank you again for sharing with us. Yeah, of course. I love what I do. Sater says 4 hours is fine. Midnight to noon is crazy. Yeah, I agree. I never want to go that long. Right, yeah, don't burn out on us. I won't. I will be good. Why is it so hard to spell heist? Bam. Seamwork says, I have all my stream stuff set up from 2 years ago. I streamed once for ZBrush sculpture. I would love to see one of your streams. That'd be great. Reaper says, you could always take weekends off too. Exactly. I stream on weekends because I'm literally doing cleanup on those models anyway. They kind of serve as a refresher for me, so if I really needed a break, I probably would take Mondays off consistently. Ray is in desperate need of poing. Sure, if you want to participate, I will not ban you from that. I will give you one. Hey, Ricky joined too. Excellent. This is the final heist. If you guys want to be part of this, type in exclamation point heist and then a number, which is how much poing you're going to gamble, essentially. Poing is earned by watching and chatting. If you just watch, no poing. And obviously you have to be watching to chat, so. I can't tell you guys the exact formula because you'll ruin it. I love you guys, but I am very aware of who my peasants are, and y'all are gamers, and you will ruin it. In the best way. In the best min-max way. I'm waiting for one of you guys to figure out the formula, and I'll have to randomize it every day. But until then, cheers. Excuse me. All right. So yes, incoming transmission. Captain Corey Gaming is assembling a crew for a high-risk salvage operation in the Outer Rim. Type heist and amount to lock in your creds. Min-maxing poing. It's what you guys would do. Terry said, also thank you, Ricky, for being amazing and for supporting your wifey's passion. It is also his full-time job, but he also does support my passion. Technically, I started it by myself for like 6 months, but yes. Sater, I know you figured it out. Don't tell anyone. I think I have a decent bearing on the frequency to type for poing. I shouldn't even brought it up. Mini Blaze. Who, us? Adjust Halo. Beautiful. All right, the heist should be taking off any moment now. It takes about, I think there's like a 2-minute cooldown I have for that. Or not cooldown, but allowing people to join in. Yoni says, is there an option to add more poing on the current heist? Did not plan on it. Just Lingual, can we have a Ricky Tavern pet? He has already asked for one. Yesterday at dinner, he was like, hey Mia, on like one of your streams, can you make me a Tavern pet? Literally. And I was like, what do you want? He wants a cardinal. All right. A plasma leak and a hull breach claims half the team, but the rest took a few escape pods and blasted free, with a few crates of exotic salvage. with systems online now and now coordinates. We went on. All right, Sater got 30. Ray got 6. I got 55. Mini Blaze 4. Jaslingle 44. Ricky 39. Yoni 8. Taylor. Oh, Reaper got 22. And Corey 4. Wow. Everyone did really good. Ray says, Mia, can you make the heist happen quicker? Yes, I can. Currently, the start delay is 180 seconds, which is 3 minutes. I will reduce it by a minute, so it takes 2 minutes to allow everyone to join. Bam, that has been updated for Mignon. Aloha is the only one who died. Yes. All right, I could hang out with y'all all day, but I'll just be back tomorrow, so don't you worry. If you haven't already, like the stream on your way out, kind of like ring a bell, toss a coin. All right, guys, this has been an absolute delight. Take care, and I'll see y'all tomorrow at noon Eastern time. Same time every day except for weekends. And I'll have, oh, that's right. Tomorrow is a very special monster stream. You do not want to miss it. Tomorrow's going to rock. I'm really, really excited. So if you want a sneak peek of what it's going to be, I'm going to post about in Discord to gather references, but it's going to be awesome. Okay. Take care. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Bye.